can do. Facts still matter. It starts with you. Check on your neighbor, share what you can do. One small action turns into a wave. Do something today, be the change that you crave. Facts still matter, it starts with you. Facts still matter, it starts with you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Free Speech Friday. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Know you got many choices to make every day, and we're super grateful that you choose to spend some time with us. So thank you. Please participate by doing your thing, right? Joining our team cost you 1 coin. Also, don't forget, there's a gifting goal today. It looks like I figured out how to unlock the community gift, which is great. It's weird. It's like a picture of me, but if you'd like to participate in that, feel free. Don't forget, we are crowdfunded. If you'd like to support our endeavor to head out on the road for the Do Something Tour, we are tracking it on our way to 25K. $2,208 is what we've raised so far. If you would like to participate in that, you can. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Everything is at Facts Still Matter. Please consider going to the link in the link tree in my bio because there's a lot of information over there, including a link to the Discord. If you want to sort of participate in our community, a powerful community where a lot of people help a lot of people, and we share a lot of topics that we discuss on the show. There's all kinds of resources there. If for some reason the link does not work, you can actually copy it, put it in a browser, and it will open in Discord, assuming you have it installed. If that doesn't work, just reach out to one of our amazing moderators, and they can help you as well. Also, over in the link tree, check out Facts HQ, which is the new and improved, thank you, Sam. Our merch store looks freaking awesome right now. Head on over there. There's a lot of really cool items if you want to participate. The new Do Something Tour shirt. Also, big fan of human rights, traitor to the patriarchy, women don't owe you shit, a whole entire series of amazing items. And again, if you feel like you want to participate and join the community, that's one way to do it. Thank you all very much for that. I appreciate you. I think that's about it off the top of the show. I should just remind folks again what the Do Something Tour is. Also within the Discord under the announcements section, you can find information about the Do Something Tour, links to our Instagram page. By the way, also in the link tree is a link to the Instagram page for the Do Something Tour. If you wouldn't mind following us there. We're probably going to change things up a little bit. We might do some more regional and or local events that I can fly to coming in this spring. And then later in the summer, we'll start the road show in earnest. It gives us a little bit more time to plan. We're falling a little bit behind on fundraising, still looking for sponsors. Had a couple people that I thought might be willing to kind of step in and sponsor. Hasn't exactly worked out, but we'll get there. One way or another, we're doing it. So thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. It is Free Speech Friday. And we'll get into our normal Free Speech Friday, which is what's on your mind. But I just want to address this because this was an interesting day yesterday. When he was at the Board of Peace conference. We're also going to cover the Wexner testimony. And we're going to let Jasmine Crockett cook a little bit this morning because she was on fire during questioning of the liar, Les Wexner. But this whole situation with the Board of Peace is, in case you haven't been following along, he fell asleep, embarrassing in and of itself. But he made a statement about $10 billion. Right, being donated to the Board of Peace, and we're gonna get into that a little bit because I think it's a tell, and I was thinking about having a little conversation with myself and a Trump supporter because to me it's really interesting how he's tried to sell this. Right, so the promise was made that it would be a $10 billion donation to the Board of Peace. For those of you who have not been following along, the Board of Peace is a slush fund. And the Board of Peace, the Board of Peace hierarchy includes Donald Trump. He's named the permanent chairperson. It's not like it's the position of the president. It's just him. And he has gone on the record that he himself can then choose what to do with any money. So American taxpayer dollars going to the Board of Peace, $10 billion. Okay? So here's a conversation I can imagine how this would go with a Trump supporter. Hey, Trump supporter. Yep. So you recall when we were talking about, you were concerned about waste, fraud, abuse in government. That's right. All kinds of waste, fraud, and abuse. So you remember we talked about perhaps, Joe Biden using some taxpayer dollars to help relieve the debt for student loans. Were you in support of that?
Nuh-uh.
You weren't. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Would you be interested perhaps using taxpayer dollars to help prop up SNAP programs? I don't know, so children can eat?
Nuh-uh.
You don't want to do that either? You have health insurance, I'm assuming, probably through your work. Well, would you be interested in using some of that money to invest in perhaps, I don't know, reducing the cost of healthcare through ACA subsidies?
Nuh-uh.
You don't want to do that either?
Nuh-uh.
Okay. Hospitals are closing across the country because Medicaid dollars have been cut. Would you like to use some of that money, that $10 billion? Actually, I think the number's closer to $20 billion because he's suing the IRS for $10 billion. That's one lump of money that he can get back because he's already said that he could control that money himself. He could determine the settlement. So he's going to take that $10 billion and then give more taxpayer dollars to the Board of Peace. And then he's also going to sue the Department of Justice for so that's a $20,250 million. Would you like to use any of that to help the American taxpayer?
Nuh-uh.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. I mean, I'm concerned. So let me ask you a question. Are you totally fine then with the president suing you and using your money to increase his wealth?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
You don't care about waste, fraud, abuse in government?
Nuh-uh.
As long as it applies to Trump, right?
Yes.
Got it. So it's really weird, though, that he goes on the record saying, I get to control the money. I get to control where the dollars go. But let me ask you a question. Were you really, really concerned about waste, fraud, abuse in Minneapolis?
Yes.
You were. Okay. Do you care that the president has been enriching himself to the tune of $3 billion?
Nuh-uh.
Okay. So there was really no evidence of waste, fraud, and abuse connected to these daycare facilities, although those that were prosecuted and arrested and thrown into jail. And you're okay with using taxpayer dollars to investigate that, right?
Yes.
Got it. So when the president then takes $10 billion of your taxpayer dollars to give to the Board of Peace, of which he controls the money, and he's going to sue the IRS, your taxpayer dollars, and he's going to sue the DOJ for $250 million because he didn't like the fact that he got investigated, you're okay with that?
Yes.
Do you understand why we tell you you're in a cult?
Yes.
Do you believe that you're in a cult?
Nuh-uh.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you really understand, though, why we tell you are in a fucking cult?
Nuh-uh.
You are in a cult.
Nuh-uh.
Yes, you are.
Nuh-uh.
Yes, you are.
Nuh-uh.
Yes, you are.
Nuh-uh.
I seriously feel like how that's and scene. I seriously feel that's how these conversations go, right? So I was curious. I was just genuinely curious about what $20 billion, because that's the number, $20,250 million. So he's suing the IRS for $10 billion. He said that he's suing himself. What's the quote? I've got this fucking quote. We'll tell you all you need to know. Where is it? Is this it? The president wants the government he leads to pay him billions of dollars. Trump has filed multiple claims arguing he's been hurt by Justice Department. By the way, I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit, so if I get there, I apologize. We'll see how long I can go today. Trump has filed multiple claims arguing that he's been hurt by the Justice Department investigations and the leak of his tax returns years ago. Now it's up to his own political appointees to determine whether to settle with their boss and for how much taxpayer money. There's a glaring conflict of interest with Trump being on both sides of the claim, said Edward Whalen, a former lawyer at the Justice Department and a political conservative who once clerked for the late Justice Antonin Scalia. Quote, it is outrageous that he and those answering to him would be deciding how the government responds to these extravagant claims. For Trump, filing lawsuits, including those that are frivolous or where he has little chance of success, has long been standard operating procedure, a way of communicating displeasure. A White House official speaking on background because he was not authorized to speak on the record, said these claims amount to unfinished business for the president. It's clear that they have been weighing on his mind. In December, Trump was in North Carolina, nearing the end of a speech about the economy, when out of nowhere, he started talking about the FBI search of his Florida resort in 2022. Quote, I had these animals trying to attack me at Mar-a-Lago. They went into my wife's closet. Bum, bum, bum. Were the Epstein files in there? Maybe. Federal agents seized classified documents from a bathroom, a ballroom, an office, a closet, underwear drawers, you name it, part of a sprawling and court-approved investigation into unlawful retention of government secrets and alleged obstruction of justice. Don't forget, you're right, Payne, with a warrant. With a court-approved warrant, they went and they recovered documents. Jack Smith had him dead to rights, and then Aileen Cannon had to step in and save his ass. He would have gone to fucking jail, okay? The president viewed that search as an attack, part of an ongoing weaponization of the government against him personally. So he filed a claim with the Department of Justice seeking $230 million over the Florida operation and an earlier probe into his campaign's ties to Russia. Quote, and they do say that, it's never been a case like this, the president said at a rally in December, taking on the animated voice of a newscaster. Donald Trump sues the United States of America. Donald Trump becomes president, and now Donald Trump has to settle the suit. Trump was out of office when the administrative claims were first filed. The Russia investigation ended with no charges. Then, after he won the 2024 election, the Justice Department abandoned its appeal of the classified documents case against him in Florida. Gee, I wonder why. And now Trump finds himself on both sides of the dispute. But isn't that a strange position to be in? The president said, I've got to make a deal. I've got to negotiate with myself. MAGA, are you okay with the president fleecing Americans?
Yes.
You understand it's your money too, don't you?
Nuh-uh.
But it is, though. It is.
Nuh-uh.
Do you think it's just people in blue states?
Yes.
Okay, so the International Revenue Service collects taxes from everyone. You understand that, right?
Nuh-uh.
So you don't pay taxes?
Nuh-uh.
So Trump's not taking your money?
Nuh-uh.
Okay. So whose money is it? Is it undocumented immigrants?
Yes.
Their money, right. So therefore it's justified, right?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. So the president then gets to decide how your taxpayer dollars are spent, even though he doesn't have the ability to determine how your taxpayer dollars are spent, right?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Anyway, I was curious as to how much $20 billion would affect our overall, how about SNAP? Let's just talk about it in terms of SNAP, okay? Roughly speaking, $20.2 billion, because SNAP benefits receive on average between $2,000 and $2,400 per year. Okay, so $20.2 billion would feed roughly 9 million people annually. Is that too much to do with taxpayer dollars, MAGA?
Yes.
So you don't want to feed people?
Nuh-uh.
You just want Trump to get more money?
Yes.
You still don't think you're in a cult?
Nuh-uh.
Okay, cool. So total SNAP spending nationwide annually is roughly $110 to $120 billion in recent years. So $20.2 billion would equal around 2 to 2.5 months of SNAP benefits nationwide, or roughly 17 to 18% of total SNAP funding. $20.2 billion could cover 3 million families for a full year, or 36 million households for 1 month. Are you sure, MAGA, you don't want to use some of that money to feed people?
Nuh-uh.
You aren't sure.
Yes.
You are sure.
Nuh-uh.
I'm confused. Do you want to feed people?
Nuh-uh.
You don't, but you're happy that the president's making more money.
Yes.
Got it. You don't think that that's weird?
Nuh-uh.
Okay. Well, we kind of do. So when you talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, I'm going to bring this up, okay?
Nuh-uh.
You don't want to talk about that?
Nuh-uh.
Why not?
Nuh-uh.
You don't know why?
Nuh-uh.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, but it's kind of weird that the president of the United States, who puts himself in charge of the Board of Peace, which there is no Board of Peace, it's a giant fucking slush fund, a money laundering scheme, is going to use your money, our money, to pay himself, because he gets to control how that money is spent. And it's stored in an offshore account. Okay? So that's $10 billion now. $10 billion that he's going to sue the government. He's going to settle with himself. And then he said he's going to give the money to charity? Okay. Got it. And then $250 million from the Department of Justice. Couldn't the Department of Justice use some of that money to investigate the Epstein files a little bit more?
Nuh-uh.
Is Trump in the Epstein files?
Nuh-uh.
He's not?
Nuh-uh.
Is everybody else that's in the files, their names listed, are they all guilty?
Yes.
But Trump's not?
Nuh-uh.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. I'm glad we had that talk. Doesn't it seem weird, though? Doesn't that seem really, really strange to you, MAGA? Does anybody want to address that? Do none of you care? You lost your fucking shit when Joe Biden wanted to forgive student loan debt. You get all fucking angry. Let me fix this. You get all angry when I don't fucking know anymore. Whatever. It's just money, right? Families are starving, you know. No big deal that he's enriched himself to the tune of $3.5 billion since he took office. His family's getting richer and richer and richer, but he's a smart businessman. Okay. $20.2 billion would fund groceries for millions of low-income seniors, food support for working families with kids, nutrition assistance programs for disabled Americans. This is from Politico. This is from the AP. Rural and urban households alike. SNAP currently serves around 40 to 42 million Americans. $20.2 billion would fund about 1 in 5 SNAP dollars nationally. But it's totally fine, right? Nothing to see here. None of you will defend it. Instead, your pivot will be, well, any American should be able to sue the IRS. Okay. Well, somebody committed fraud. Yeah, the person who did, the whistleblower, the contractor who leaked his tax return is in jail. I believe he's in jail. I think he is. Is that the point? Where is the $10 billion in damages? But where is the $10 billion in damages? Where does it come from? Anyway, all right. So, and then he, of course, dozed off, and the rest of the world is fucking laughing at him. There was one particular moment that was interesting, and then we're going to talk about his trip to Georgia. So obviously, the president is in the midst of a bit of a scandal, or his name is in the files more than anybody. He happened to have this interesting moment. Now, I don't know if he thinks no one's listening. Is he having the conversations with himself, like in his own head? But he was talking about one of the attendees there. I think it was somebody else that's potentially going to be on the Board of Peace, and I don't know who he's speaking to exactly. But here you go.
Hi. It's always nice to be young and handsome. Doesn't mean we have to like you. I don't like young, handsome men. Women, it's I like. Men know how to have any interest.
Really? Really?
Young, handsome guy. It's always nice to be young and handsome. Doesn't mean we have to like you. I don't like young, handsome men. Women, it's I like. Men know how to have any interest.
I don't even know what to say. Don't even know what to say. There's another moment from the Board of Peace. Again, just keep in mind who it is we're listening to here. This is the President of the United States of America.
Excited to announce that Norway has agreed to host an event bringing together the Board of Peace. Oh, I thought when I saw this note, I'm excited to announce that Norway, I thought they were going to say that they're giving me the Nobel Prize. Oh, this is less exciting. Oh, it says, I'm excited to announce that Norway, and I'm saying, oh, great, I'm getting the Nobel Prize, finally. Finally, they got it right. But I don't care. I don't care about Nobel Prize. I care about saving lives, just so you understand.
You care about saving lives. Okay, it's good to know. You know what would save lives, sir? Letting people eat, or making sure people had access to health care. And $20 billion would go a long way in doing that, sir. He looks at the memo and he says it's an exciting announcement from Norway. Don't forget, Norway is investigating a former PM for his connections to the Trump files. They are affectionately known day 63 of the federal government breaking the law by not releasing all of the Trump files. That's what I'm going to call them from now on, because that's what they are. Because the cover-up is just blatant, right in front of us, and everybody is fucking lying. Everybody. They're all fucking lying. Les Wexner, that was embarrassing. We're going to play that. I'm going to play some sound from Jasmine Crockett. We're going to let her cook, because she was one of the Democrats that went and testified, or went and now questioned him. All kinds of misstatements, all kinds of bullshit. Before I get into that, right, I want to share one thing with you that I saw someone do a video on about a document that was in the e-files. Remember, the story was that he broke off contact, it's like 15 years, hadn't spoken to him, no communications, our friendship is done. Well, this was an email. Actually, that's the wrong screen grab. Hang on a second. Right here. So this is an email from the files. You can see the date, April 18th, 2011. This is from William Riley. For some reason, they've covered up the email address to JE. This is to JE. Before I call Trump, I'm sorry, it's to William from JE. The other way around. To William from, you can see the M, from JE. So this is Jeffrey writing to Bill. Before I call Trump with regards to Virginia, are there any other alternatives? Every single time we find these little tidbits, which is part of why they want things to be thrown into the ether so folks can have a hard time navigating through it. That right there is incriminating because of the statements the president has made. Before I call Trump. Before I call Trump with regard to Virginia. Now, that could be Virginia Dufresne. That could be the state of Virginia. Let's assume that it's likely that it's probably Virginia Dufresne. Before I called Trump, Bill, are there any other alternatives? Do we need any more information? Do we need any more evidence? Because this is evidence. Remember, credible evidence. This is credible evidence. Now, listen, obviously JE's lied his entire fucking life, but this is an email. Why would you communicate that with someone? It's random at the time. It's just innocuous at the time. No idea it's going to lead to this global sex predator scandal. Gig's up, MAGA. The gig is up. The gig is up. Before I call Trump with regard to, it does say Virginia. That's exactly right. Are there any other alternatives? That's 2011. He's gone on the record numerous times saying I hadn't spoke to him in 15 years. That goes back to 2004 roughly. Or 2003, 2004. Before I call Trump. Would you like to explain it? Stickers blocking, sorry. Before I call Trump. Okay. Just want to make sure everybody saw that because, that's, again, and we live in this world of deflection, of denial, of confirmation bias, and whatever else. I don't know how you can. I don't know how you can get around that one, but I'm sure people will try. Good morning, Olive. Welcome to Free Speech Friday. What's on your mind?
Good morning. I don't know if you saw Les Wexner's deposition came out yesterday.
Yeah, we're gonna play some.
I also suggest, so Manny and I have been rewatching Victoria's Secret, Angel and Demons. And I suggested maybe we could stream that for subscribers and other people that are in the court of disc, because I highly suggest that at least myself, being someone who has been hesitant to look at the the files at some times because there's a lot of it that's triggering. And, that's what everyone should understand, that if all of this is being combed through, Steve and the mod team are working their asses off, reading through everything, making sure we can give good information for you guys to, understand what's going on. But Les Wexner is someone who there's no way he's going to keep trying to wiggle him way out. I mean, example, Epstein was his power of attorney. It's just it's wild to me.
Oh yeah.
So it's just it's wild. It's going to continue to get more wild because of how much they're trying to hide this. But I didn't know if you knew about the Les Wexner stuff. It's just, again, the thing that you always say, and I think we should all agree, is everyone should be prosecuted because they're going to try to throw, quote unquote, the book at the Clintons like they should. Bill Clinton's
Correct.
no different than Trump, in my opinion. Everyone should be under the fucking prison. That's how it should be. It's just, again, it's wild how people will defend this and then they'll be like, but the economy, it's just
20 cents in gas. Yeah, I know.
I'm tired of people saying that they want to be protecting of women and children and everyone together, and it's just like, but we're letting this go under the rug. Not the Dow, guys.
But the Dow is 50,000.
But no, that's all. But I think everyone should keep tapping that screen, get your shares up. I know you could probably get past 200 shares, so I know people should share more right now and make sure you guys are supporting Steve 100%. But I appreciate you. I love you, and I keep listening.
Appreciate you too. See you later. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye.
I'm gonna play. I've got some excerpts from the deposition, so we might as well get into that now. Point being is that the world is responding in many situations. I mentioned earlier the former Norwegian prime minister. And of course, we had the situation yesterday where former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, has been arrested. So there's a follow-up story on that. Police officers, this is from CNN, police officers who came for Britain's fallen prince on his 66th birthday punctured the defining perception of the JE scandal, that wealthy elites are shielded from scrutiny because of who they are. In America, accountability, of course, still seems very elusive. It doesn't get much more elite than being the brother of King Charles III. It's very true. Or the favorite son, according to insiders, of the late Queen Elizabeth. Imagine that, right? Imagine how... So Charles ascends to the throne because he is the next in line. But his mother preferred Andrew, even though Andrew, they obviously fucking knew about Andrew's fucking creepiness and his crimes and his predatory behavior, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And she was his favorite. That's how bad Chuck must be in the eyes of the royal family. But anywho, it doesn't get much more elite than being the brother of King Charles III or the favorite son, according to many insiders, of the late Queen. But blue blood did not spare Andrew Mountbatten Windsor from arrest in an investigation following the release of the Jeopardy files. The spectacle of the former Prince Andrew being taken on Thursday from his new downsized quarters in the British countryside to the grubby indignity of a police station escalated the gravest controversy to rock the royal family in generations. Mountbatten Windsor was questioned over suspicion of misconduct in public office. Police have not disclosed what led to Andrew's arrest, but previously said they were assessing whether he shared confidential information with Jeffrey during his decade as a UK trade envoy. Mountbatten Windsor denied all prior wrongdoing, but has not commented on the latest claims. So the arrest is for sharing state secrets, basically. Al Capone went to jail for tax evasion, so I don't give a shit. Throw the motherfucker in jail, right? But his diminished reality was laid bare in the spare of legalese of a police statement Thursday said that, quote, a man in his 60s from Norfolk had been released under investigation. The principle that no one, not even the former Duke of York, is immune to the principle of equality before the law was reaffirmed in a statement by the king, notable for its icy distancing of the monarch from his brother. Quote, let me state clearly, the law must take its course, it said. The first arrest of a British royal in nearly 400 years. Okay? The first arrest of a British royal in nearly 400 years posed this question. If legal authorities in Britain and elsewhere in Europe can act independently and breach the protected circle around Jeffrey's former network, why is there not a similar faith in the justice system in the United States? That's a great fucking question, isn't it? Yeah. Great Britain is holding its powerful and privileged to account. The United States should do the same, said Jake Auchincloss of Massachusetts. In the United Kingdom, the machinery of public investigation appears to be functioning as intended. It's harder to make that claim with confidence in the U.S., given the politicization of a justice system that has prosecuted Trump's opponents and a president who pardoned hundreds of people convicted of crimes linked to J6 2021. Just think about that for a second, right? Think about that. No one that we know of that are connected to this that are stateside have been charged, arrested, dragged in front of a court, questioned in front of Congress, right? Those people committing the worst crimes imaginable. None of them are being investigated because Todd Blanche told us so. We're not going to do any more investigations. Do I have that sound? Probably. I'll find it for you in a minute. But J6, violent insurrectionist, traitorous mob, who tried to overthrow democracy, they get pardoned. But the party of law and order. And don't forget, many of those people who were pardoned from J6 had prior convictions for crimes against children, domestic violence charges, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And guess what? When many of them got released, what did they do? They went back and committed some of the same crimes all over again. Okay. The Trump DOJ had to be forced into every act of disclosure, and the only person offered legal relief so far is Maxwell. Trump called Hillary a nasty woman. He called Kamala a nasty woman. He's called AOC and numerous other women in politics. Elizabeth Warren, he's called them all nasty women. And he wished Ghislaine Maxwell well. Okay. The only person offered legal relief so far is Maxwell, who gave testimony absolving the president of wrongdoing in his dealings with her former companion and was moved to a more lenient prison to serve her sex crimes sentences. Amid an escalating campaign for justice by victims, Trump has branded their trauma a hoax. He said it's time for the country to move on. The performative outrage of Attorney General Pam Bondi, who last week refused to address survivors even though they were right fucking behind her, epitomized the attitude of an administration only forced into releasing the files by a new law passed late last year amid a Republican revolt. The core issue at the heart of the scandal is that there's no evidence of wrongdoing by the president in connection with his past friendship with Epstein, yet Trump's desire to move on from the Epstein files, despite years of promising to release them, followed by his DOJ's chaotic, opaque handling of the matter, has repeatedly fueled doubt about his motives. And we do have credible evidence now. We've discussed this before. We discussed the evidence used in a statement made by a survivor who was questioned by the DOJ 4 times. That testimony by that survivor was used to convict Maxwell. I don't know if you could get more credible. But again, you know what we've learned? It doesn't matter because Trump supporters will move the fucking goalpost. They will just move the goalpost. They'll move it and they'll move it and they'll move it. Initially it was, well, his name's not in the files. Then it was, well, his name's in the files, but he's never been accused of anything. Then there were accusations, and they say, well, those are just accusations. Then they say, well, I would believe it if there was credible evidence. Then we present credible evidence, again, same evidence used to convict Maxwell 4 times. Why were 3 of those DOJ interviews deleted from the files? Now it's what? Now it's what? Now where do we move the goalpost to? I'm okay, Herb, I'm boring, then you can leave. Thanks for being here. What's next? What's next? Okay. Just want to make sure I understand that properly. All right, let's get into the Wexler testimony. And I think my conclusion with all of this, quite frankly, is we know what their message is. They're all just going to lie to protect each other. There's no way they're going to come. There's no way they're going to come clean on any of this. They're all just going to lie to protect each other until one person decides to blow the lid off this thing. Could that be Prince Andrew? Potentially, former Prince Andrew. Could that be him? Because he knows. Could that be Les Wexner if pressed again? Who knows? Who knows? So let's get into some of the sound. First, after the results of the president was flying back from the Board of Peace, and he was asked on Air Force One because he'd heard about what happened to Prince Andrew. This is what he had to say when asked this question. Talk about somebody who is fucking delusional.
It's not a good one, Peter. What do you think?
I got a question about something big overseas today. The former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, you know, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice.
He said, I'm the expert on this because I've been totally exonerated.
Can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad.
It's bad for the royal family? How about the survivors?
When I see that, it's a very sad thing to see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man, the king. So I think it's a very sad thing. It's really interesting because nobody used to speak about Epstein when he was alive, but now they speak. But I'm the one that can talk about it because I've been totally exonerated. I did nothing. In fact, the opposite. He was against me. He was fighting me in the election, which I just found out through the last 3 million pages of documents. Yeah, please. Yeah.
What? What? One more time.
That was not a good one, Peter. What do you think?
I got a question about something big overseas today. The former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, you know, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. I can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing to see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man, the king. So I think it's a very sad thing. It's really interesting because nobody used to speak about Epstein when he was alive, but now they speak. But I'm the one that can talk about it because I've been totally exonerated. I did nothing. In fact, the opposite. He was against me. He was fighting me in the election, which I just found out through the last 3 million pages of documents. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay. See a little chirping here. You needed some attention. What's on your mind?
Dude, are you hearing something that I'm not? What the fuck is Trump saying? What is Trump saying?
Bro, shh.
No, don't tell me to shh. I want to know what the fuck you're hearing, dude.
What did he say?
It's a fucking simple question. What the fuck are you hearing?
What did he say?
What do you mean? What did he say? He says he's not he's not even fucking in the fucking Epstein file. He has nothing to do with Epstein did. As a matter of fact, he basically
do you believe
said in a fucking nutshell that Epstein has been after him for how long?
Do you believe that?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
The problem let me ask you a question. Bro, take a break. Take a breath. Bro, take a breath.
TDS.
My guy.
You have TDS, take a breath. Bro. That's your fucking problem.
Take a breath.
I've taken a breath. I think you need to take a breath.
Take a breath.
Okay,
How would someone
take a breath because you told me to do so.
Listen. How does a person exonerate themselves?
What do you mean, how does a person exonerate them? I don't think he exonerated himself.
He just said he exonerated himself.
He exonerated. Did he come out and say,
he's exonerated?
I exonerate myself. That's what he said?
He's been exonerated. He said he's been
He's
exonerated.
been exonerated. Okay, so who
By
exonerated
how would
him?
that?
A person cannot
exactly?
exonerate themselves, sir.
Exactly. How would that happen?
Okay, so
how would that?
at what point and at
my
what
God, listen,
word did he
friend.
use
Can
that he
you please
exonerates
listen?
himself?
Friend, stop. Okay, I'm trying to give you an opportunity here. All right. If
Okay,
you
I'm
want to
trying
try to
give
have
you
a
an opportunity
stop.
here too.
Well, it's
At
my
what
show.
point did he
It's my
say
my
I
show.
exonerated myself?
He said he's been exonerated.
Okay,
How would
and you're
that
trying
happen?
to say, you are trying to say, sir, that he exonerated himself. That's what
No,
you fucking
exonerate.
said. That's
No,
what you said.
no. He said he's been exonerated.
Okay, and you said
How
that
would
he
that?
exonerated himself. Did you or did
How
you
would?
not?
He said he's been exonerated.
Yes.
How would that happen? How
I
would
don't
that
know.
happen?
You tell me. You tell me.
I'm asking you.
Well,
I'm asking
obviously
you.
he's been exonerated from the fucking FBI.
How?
The FBI.
How?
The FBI.
How though? So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. If you were accused of stealing a truck, how would you become exonerated from that?
The DOJ.
The DOJ?
Yeah. The judge,
So
whoever's in charge of that.
But how would that happen?
A lawyer can exonerate you.
How would it happen?
What do you mean? How would it happen? Okay, let me explain something to you. In order for something like that to happen,
Listen,
3 to 4 lawyers to make that decision, would it not?
No, bro. No, it would.
Yes, it would take 3 to 4 lawyers to make that decision.
Can you please? No, it would not. Okay,
yes,
it would be the court. No, it would not. It would be the court.
And don't you think lawyers are involved in the court?
Right, but doesn't it have to go through a trial?
Okay, lawyers.
Right, but doesn't it have to go through a trial?
Absolutely not. It does not have to go through a trial.
So who then exonerates?
What do you mean? Who does it exonerates?
Who does? Bro.
Probably the people that are fucking looking into it, like the FBI.
So the FBI who's covering it. So the FBI who's covering it up.
If the FBI comes out and says, hey, which they have multiple times, that he's not involved in that shit. But it's people like you that keep pushing the fucking narrative.
So you believe it?
Absolutely. If the FBI says, if the FBI says, look, dude, if the FBI says that he's not involved, that means he's not fucking involved. And that means you should just fucking deal with it. No matter how tedious you have.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So are you saying that if the FBI comes out and says, we've got information that either makes somebody to be guilty. Can I answer? You got it. Let me ask the question, friend. Let me ask the question, okay? If the FBI comes, I'm asking it. I'm asking you the question now, okay? If the FBI comes out and says, we have enough evidence to determine this person is guilty, would you take that as the truth?
Absolutely.
So then the Joe Biden Justice Department, the FBI, came out with evidence that said Donald Trump is guilty of stealing classified documents. Do you believe that?
Where's it at?
You believe that?
Where's it at?
You just proved my fucking point. Jesus Christ. Welcome to the fucking cult. Holy shit. Oh my God. Point proven. Point proven. Bro, do you understand what you just witnessed? You're probably in here, okay? The president of the United States, anybody who's under suspicion of a crime can say that they're exonerated all they want, right? You don't get to make that determination. Your sycophants in the DOJ, I'll clip it, don't worry. Your sycophants in the DOJ don't get to just decide that you're guilty or not. That's what the justice system is for. Okay? So, sir, let me ask you a question. Are you in a cult?
Nuh-uh.
So you don't think Trump's done anything wrong?
Nuh-uh.
Got it. So you believe that his Department of Justice cleared him, right?
Nuh-uh.
Well, you thought they cleared him, right?
Yes.
Got it. Did when Joe Biden's Justice Department determined there was sufficient evidence to convict Donald Trump of a crime related to him stealing classified documents, that's legit too then, right?
Nuh-uh.
Wait, what?
Nuh-uh.
You're in a cult.
Yes.
Exactly. Thanks for agreeing with me. What the fuck was that? Here's the sound again.
That's not a good one, Peter. What do you think?
I got a question about something big overseas today. The former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated.
I'm the expert. I've been totally exonerated. Says who? Just real quick, let me just look up something. The definition of exoneration would be the action of officially absolving someone from blame and/or vindication. The defendant's eventual exoneration. A defendant would then mean someone who has to defend themselves in court. Exactly. When was the trial, my guy? When was the trial? Now, I saw you requested again, and it is Free Speech Friday, but you had your opportunity to prove to the world that you weren't in the cult, and you failed miserably. Sorry, sweetie. So sorry. So sorry. Good morning, Barker. How are you today?
How you doing, Facts? I have
good.
a question for you.
Ask away.
How long have you been doing these TikTok lives?
A few years now.
Few years. Okay.
Yeah.
So when Biden was president, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that would be a few years. Yeah, that would track. Right?
Yeah. Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
So were you
gotcha,
on these lives every day asking for the files to be released?
There wasn't a law then, sir.
So you didn't care then because there wasn't a law?
No, it's not that I didn't care. It's just there wasn't a law. Are you? Do you believe in the law? Do you believe in the rule of law?
Yes.
Okay, so if this is day 63 of the Trump administration breaking the law.
Okay, but this is more than just a law, right? This is about children getting raped and trafficked.
Absolutely.
Correct? Okay,
absolutely. And anybody. Wait, hold on. And anybody involved. I don't care who they are. Democrat, Republican, Independent,
Agreed.
Banker. I don't care. Anybody. I don't care who it is.
Agreed.
Anybody. Do you understand why documents couldn't be released during the Biden administration?
I'm just confused. Were you
asking.
Were you crying about the files years ago?
I'm not.
When this was still happening.
Once again, can you answer my question, please?
Yes, after the Maxwell trial ended.
Right. So that's why they couldn't be released, right? You understand that, right?
When did the appeal end? Facts.
Last year, the Supreme Court. They didn't take the case. October of 2025, I believe, was when the final appeal was heard. We did get some information because those were released as part of the agreement that we got from the Epstein estate, which included some flight logs. So we did get some. You understand that, right? Yeah,
the first appeal ended September of 2024. That was when Biden was president.
That's the first appeal, friend.
Yes.
There was a continued.
And were you at that time? Were you demanding for the files to be released?
Can you answer my question, please?
Were you demanding for the files to be released at that time?
No, sir, I was not.
No, because you didn't care, because you didn't think Trump was involved.
No, that's not true.
Once you figured out that maybe Trump's involved, you started caring about the Epstein files.
No, Barker. Again, I'm
just pointing out your hypocrisy. Facts. You're a hypocrite.
Barker, you don't want to listen. You don't want to listen. This is the problem. None of us give a shit. People who truly care about these kinds of things don't care who's involved.
But you didn't care when Biden was president, because if you did, you'd be demanding for the files to be released. You know that Biden released some files, right? You know that there was some files released?
Yes. And do you know why?
And were you demanding for the rest of the files to be released?
I'm asking you.
Were you outraged at the Biden administration for not releasing all the files?
Barker, do you know why?
Do I know why some files were released?
Yes. Do you know why and some were released and others weren't? Do you know why?
Because of the ongoing trial, right?
Not trials, ongoing appeals and investigations.
Appeals, yep.
So you follow the law. You can't just go as if Department of Justice had a lot of this information, but they were under seal. That doesn't mean that they were in a box with tape around them. They just couldn't be released for public viewing. Now, if we want to cast aspersions on every administration, we can blame them all because it's all been part of a cover-up. The point now is, I don't know why we need to go back in time. There is a law
because you're a hypocrite. I'm just pointing out you're a hypocrite.
I'm not done talking because there's now a law in place that requires these files to be released. Why did the president just make a statement saying that he was exonerated? Can you explain that to me?
Because of all the millions of documents that have been released, zero are criminally in making him involved. There's no criminality. There's no criminality to any of the files, because if there was,
Barker, how would you know that? How would you know that?
Because he would be in prison.
Barker, the reason that these my gosh, bro, do you want to try to learn something? Are you interested in trying to learn something?
I'm not going to try to learn something from someone that's a hypocrite who didn't care about the files until Trump became president. I'm a hypocrite? Yes, so you are a hypocrite.
I'm a hypocrite? Really?
So Republicans cared about these files since way before Trump became president. You guys only started caring about him after he became president the second time.
Why didn't they do anything about it?
Epstein was put in prison because of Trump's DOJ. What are you talking about?
Really? Was he?
Yes.
It was a state charge.
Was he not put in jail when Trump was president the second time?
Who's Alex Acosta? Barker, who's Alex Acosta? Do you know who Alex Acosta is?
Why are you not answering my question?
I'll get there. I'm leading you up to it. Do you know who
Alex Acosta is? So you're going to answer a question with a question.
No, he was put into jail the first time under the Bush administration into Obama.
Yes, and I said the second time. Did I not?
I got the second time with Trump. Yes. Now answer my question.
Okay, so so guess what?
Barker,
we cared about the files way before.
Barker, I answered your question. Now you need to answer mine. Do you know who Alex Acosta is?
Trump's attorney.
No, not Trump's attorney. Alex Acosta eventually became Trump's labor secretary. Do you know the relationship that Alex Acosta had with a guy by the name of Jay Lefkowitz?
Not particularly, no.
Okay, so Jay Lefkowitz and Alex Acosta were at a law firm together. Jay Lefkowitz represented Jeffrey after he got charged in Florida. There was a 53-page federal indictment against Epstein that would have put him in jail for the rest of his life. Alex Acosta negotiated with Jay Lefkowitz so that he got that sweetheart deal, got out of jail 12 hours a day, committed numerous crimes. That Alex Acosta, after all that happened, became Trump's labor secretary. Did you know that?
Does that mean Trump's a pedo?
Does that make Trump subpoena?
Does that mean Trump is a P3DO?
Did I say that, Barker?
Well, you think he is. You think he is, don't you?
Barker, did I say that? Is that what I said?
Not just now, but that's what you think. You think Trump is involved in the files.
So he is involved in the files. There's no denying that.
Criminally?
He's. How would you determine criminality?
Is he involved criminally?
How would you determine criminality, Barker?
It would be proven because Biden's DOJ had these files, and if they found something on Trump, he would be in jail. They wouldn't have gone after him for falsifying business records.
But Barker,
they would have got him for being a child sex trafficker, correct?
Barker. Okay, now it is in the hands of the DOJ. You still haven't answered my question, okay? Because I answered yours, and you said we don't answer questions with questions, so answer mine. How would one prove criminality?
In a court of law.
Exactly. So why have nobody connected to these files, including Trump himself?
So how come no one's brought Trump into court over this? How come he hasn't been subpoenaed over it?
Because he's the president. That's unfortunate. That's our justice system. He
wasn't the president when Biden was in office, correct?
He was not, Barker, but the files were under seal, bro. This is what you don't understand.
Oh, okay? so let me get this straight. Biden's DOJ had no access to the files.
They did.
Okay, they did.
Yeah, but they can't release them because they were under
I know.
seal.
They can't release them to the public because they were sealed. But that doesn't mean that they can't look at them and say, "Oh, Trump is involved. As soon as we get the chance, we're gonna charge him."
You can't, because they're under seal, man. That's what that means. They cannot be used because of the review. You cannot expose information connected to someone who's filing a case in criminal court. That was Ghislaine Maxwell. I know you want to make this about something other than what it actually is. We are now at day 63. So if you want to include, listen, I'll say it again.
Yeah,
Can
day
we find some
63
agreement? Hold on.
Trump releasing more files than any other president. Yes.
But he's still hiding 3 million. Well, he had no choice. There's a law. It's not up to him. There's a law.
Which he signed, correct?
Right. So why is he breaking it?
What is he breaking?
All the files were supposed to be released, Barker.
We have millions of files. They're still going to come out. Don't worry, Facts. Don't worry.
Barker.
This is the most transparent president we've ever had.
Are you just trolling now, bro?
No, it's a fact. How many times has he spoken in front of the press in 1 year?
Does that mean he's transparent just because he's...
Yes, he is definitely the most transparent president we've ever had.
Right, got it. So tell me about his crypto business then, Barker.
What about it? Coinbase, whatever? Trump coin?
If he's the most transparent, shouldn't we all know where that money's coming from?
Where does any crypto money come from?
That's not the question. You just said he's the most transparent, Barker.
He is.
Why shouldn't we know? Then why don't we know where that money's coming from?
People that put money into crypto, that's where it comes from.
Well, who are those people though? If he's the most transparent, Barker,
whoever you could be, I could be.
If he's the most transparent, then why don't we know that? Why didn't he release his medical records if he's the most transparent? Why didn't he release his tax returns the first time if he's the most transparent? What?
Every rich person has tax loopholes. It's not. That's why they didn't go after him for it.
Barker, that's not the question. You said he's the most transparent.
He is. How many times has he been in front of the press? How many times has he told the American people to their face what he's doing, what he's been doing?
Right. Well, just because you stand in front of a camera does not mean you're the most transparent.
Well, that's a big difference from the last administration we had, who barely was in front of the camera, who had to have pre-given questions to him.
Right.
Who had to call in reporters who had pre-given questions.
Let's stay back on topic. Why you said he was the most transparent? If he was the most transparent, then why did he call the Epstein files over the course of the summer a Democrat hoax?
Because the hoax he's referring to is that Democrats are going after him, that they think he is involved.
He is involved.
Not criminally.
Again, back to the same question. He would have to be charged, right? Why are other countries around the world charging people? Why did Prince Andrew get arrested?
Didn't he get released?
I asked you why he got arrested. Why did he get arrested?
Because of suspicion from the files.
Oh, suspicion from the file. So why hasn't other people? What about Howard Lutnick's lies? You cool with that? Again, if we're talking about the most transparent administration, why did Howard Lutnick flat out lie?
I don't know why he lied. I don't care. I don't know.
Did.
I don't know.
Okay, but you said this is the most transparent administration, man.
What does that have to do with Trump?
Because it's his administration, isn't it?
What does that have to do with Trump, though? Specifically,
isn't it his administration?
Sure.
You can't be the most transparent administration and have people around you lying like crazy.
Facts. Let's get back on topic here.
No, Barker. We're gonna
Biden's DOJ.
Topic. No, because you're caught. You're caught. So I'm going to ask you one more time, Barker. It is day 63 of the Trump administration breaking the law. If you want to spend your time focusing on Joe Biden, knock yourself out. Go for it. It doesn't change the fact that there is now a federal law requiring them to release everything that they have. They're required under the law to redact the names of survivors and not redact the names of people alleged to have committed crimes. Why are they breaking that law as well?
Well, my feeling is that it would take down.
It's not about your feelings.
The whole system.
It's not about your. So let it crumble. Are you concerned about the whole system crumbling down?
Yes, I think the economy would crash.
So what? These are people that are committing crimes against children.
So you don't care about people. You don't care about people in their lives.
Oh, I absolutely fucking do. But I want people who are. Don't you want predators taken care of? Don't you want predators, the people who've alleged to have committed these crimes, to be investigated and if found guilty, thrown in fucking jail for life?
Absolutely.
So if that means taking the system down, isn't it worth it?
I think there's a better way to do it. I think they're still gathering all the evidence. So when this does come out, there is no way that they get out of it. Wouldn't you want that?
So are you saying that everybody in the files is guilty except Trump?
No.
Okay. So then can't logic tell us the person who's named in the files more than anybody? If anybody is guilty, couldn't logic tell us that it would be him?
You know, most of the times that he's mentioned have nothing to do with the child sex trafficking. Yes. A lot of it is hate towards Trump. A lot of it's news articles that Epstein was sending to people. You know, the guy hated Trump, right?
Well, why do you call him his best friend then? So they were best friends for 10 years.
What happened afterwards? Oh, maybe it was when Trump turned on him and reported him to the police. Maybe that was the end of that friendship.
Well, he didn't turn him into the police. We know that. We know that.
He was one of the first to call the police on Epstein.
No, he was not.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
No, he was not. No, he actually.
It's in the files. You don't believe the files now?
No, I believe the files, but you're wrong. What it says in the files was, "I'm glad you finally got him because everyone in New York knew what he was doing." So that was an after the fact. So I'm going to give you
in 2006. Hold on, this is 2006 we're talking about here. Facts.
You're right. It was. You're right. Exactly.
Yeah, that's pretty early on.
Let me ask you a question. So there was so do you believe? I'm going to read you some testimony. So these are prominent names that came up in the files. The victim's name is redacted. Stated that Maxwell told her, this is regarding Prince Andrew, stated that Maxwell told her to make Prince Andrew happy by doing the exact same things to him that she did for Epstein because he is good friends with Maxwell. What does that sound like? Does that sound pretty bad?
So you're gonna pick and choose what files you believe, and not the file that said Trump said Maxwell was an evil person and reported Epstein to the police.
He also wished her well.
So which ones do you believe, Facts? Do you just believe the ones that are bad for Trump, or do you believe the ones that are factual?
Once again, Barker, I'm explaining to you that I want anybody and everybody involved. So play this game with me, all right? So this is regarding Prince Andrew. This is from the files. Stated that the victim's name is redacted, so we don't have that. Stated that Maxwell told her to make Prince Andrew happy by doing the exact same thing to him that she did for Epstein because he's good friends with Maxwell. Do you believe that?
About Prince Andrew, yes.
Okay. This is about Jess Staley. Stated that Epstein told her to give Staley a massage at Epstein's mansion. Staley forced her to put her hands on his crotch and had rough sex with her. Do you believe that?
I need more evidence. That's the problem that's the problem with these documents. I mean, anyone could say anything about someone. That doesn't make it true.
Right.
Just like how the FBI tipped. Hold on, Maxwell.
Which is why it needs to be investigated, right? So here's another one. This, again, victim, same person, stated that Epstein introduced her to Trump, who subsequently forced her head down to his exposed penis, which she subsequently bit. In response, Trump punched her in the head and kicked her out. She would have been 13 at the time. Do you believe that?
You know, that was an FBI tip that the FBI investigated and found it not credible.
That's incorrect. That's absolutely incorrect.
That is fact.
No, it's not. You know why I know it's not? Because this has been this testimony right here from this same victim is what they used to convict Ghislaine Maxwell. The FBI interviewed her 4 times. 4 times. 4 times. Did you not know that,
found
Barker?
Nothing. They found it not credible.
They did find it credible because they used the same information to convict Ghislaine Maxwell, Barker. So if it's credible enough to convict her, why is it not credible enough when Trump's name is mentioned?
That's an FBI tip, and the FBI investigated it and found it not credible. Answer my question.
That is incorrect.
No. You're not going to get away with that, Facts. They found it not credible.
Answer my question. No, they found it credible, Barker. Do you know why?
No, they didn't.
Barker, let me explain to you why they deemed it credible. Why would they interview her 4 times and then use that information to convict Ghislaine Maxwell if it wasn't credible?
That came
Explain that.
from directly the FBI saying it wasn't credible. From the FBI.
No, that
Yes.
is incorrect. That's
Yes,
no,
it came from the FBI who said it
Barker,
wasn't
listen.
credible. They investigated the
Again,
person who made those
no,
claims
that
from an
is
FBI
incorrect.
tip, and they found it not
Barker.
credible.
No. The DOJ, Todd Blanche and Kash Patel and Pam Bondi told you that. In the files, it clearly states that this person was interviewed 4 times. I can read it to you. That's how simple it is. Hold on a second. If you want to try to learn something, this is for everybody in the chat. Everybody hang in there. I'm going to read it to you.
Biden's DOJ would have put Trump in prison if it was credible.
You're missing the point.
Trump would be in prison. And you don't want to admit that, do you? You don't want to admit
You're
it.
missing the point, man. You're missing the point, man. You're missing the point. You're getting dunked on.
It was found not credible. Facts. This is undebatable.
No, it's not, man. No,
yes,
it's not. It was.
Yes, it is.
Answer me this. Answer me this question. This is the only question I want you to answer. If it was deemed incredible or uncredible, why would the investigators and prosecutors use this statement from this witness who was interviewed 4 times? Why would they use that evidence to convict Ghislaine Maxwell?
Because maybe they found it credible in regards to her, but the lies that she made about Trump was not credible. It's simple logic, bud.
Got it. Yeah, right. You're in a fucking cult. Okay. Yeah. So this person was interviewed 4 times. 4 times. If that's the hill that you want to die on, Barker, if you want to rip fucking the Biden administration apart, go ahead. If you want to rip the first Trump administration apart because they had information too, go ahead. If you want to rip the Obama administration apart, go ahead. Go ahead. What you don't get is you are defending a fucking predator. I just walked you into your hypocrisy. You believed the statement about Prince Andrew. You believed the statement about Jess Staley, although you were on the fence about that. You said that the evidence that they had to convict Maxwell was credible, but the same person's testimony is not because Trump's name is mentioned. That's pretty fucking pitiful, bro. That is pretty fucking pitiful. But that's you. Don't know what to tell you. Good luck with that. The Patriot, how are you today?
Hello, everybody. First off, I'm not an American citizen. I don't live in the US. Second of all, I really don't know where you have the patience to listen to these guys. I really want to congratulate you on that. And given that I said that, I want to do a small game with you. Ask me anything about Trump, but in a succession of questions, please.
What's the point of that exercise?
You'll see the point. If you want to play this game, you'll see the point in a second, just to prove how indoctrinated MAGAs are.
I don't really want to play, but I appreciate you coming up, though. Okay.
Okay, no
Thanks.
problem. You're more than welcome.
I like to play games, don't get me wrong, but not right now. It is Free Speech Friday, everybody. Good morning, Manny.
Good morning. I'm doing good. I was listening to all of that. I just wanted to say, I put it in the comment section, but you know, your chat be scrolling because they be reacting. Plausible deniability. You asked him a question. You asked the voter base a question, and they will come out and say the same thing that guy Barker or whatever his name is said. They want to try. They are like, well, then bring him to court after this administration is done. After everything, so when everything comes to light 4, 6, 8 years later, they can say, well, I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't have all the information. I didn't know that was, I didn't know. Plausible deniability. We see it all the time with previous administrations when things are being blown wide open 4 years, 6 years later, and they say, well, I didn't know. And it's, well, all the same information that was there to convict the person 6 years today was there 6 years yesterday. But you didn't want to believe it. And now that it's been true, well, I didn't know. No, you didn't want to believe it. You didn't want to care about it. You didn't want to know. It's plausible deniability. And that's
when Trump, just like on J6 Mini, when Trump said peacefully and patriotically, that's his attempt at plausible deniability.
Yep. That's all. Yeah. That's all. Yeah. Thanks, Steve.
I appreciate you, friend. You got it, man. Have a good day. Be safe out there.
You too. Love you.
Now it's hard to determine. I've got a pretty good, brain and be able to determine where the line is between trolling and not. So it's hard to tell. But that's not unlike anybody else that we speak to that's a Trump supporter. Look, I have been very, very clear. Everything that we see are allegations. But whenever they say that there's nothing credible, the argument that you guys have now would be that, it's credible because if they use the information to convict this person, then we have to determine that the information is credible. Now, Barker, I know you're still trolling. We know definitively from Trump's own words that the statements that he's made about the timing when their relationship ended, he said, I hadn't spoken to Jeffrey in 15 years. Well, I guess then the question I have for you, Barker, is this. This is an email from Jeffrey to this guy named William, and it says, before I call Trump with regard to Virginia, are there any other alternatives? That's dated 2011. So is this not credible either? Or what pretzel logic would you like to spin yourself in for this one? Before I call Trump, are you going to say, well, that could have been Don Jr., that could have been Barron, right? Yeah, William Riley, I believe that's Sasha. You're right. Actually, you're right about that. I didn't even think about that. That could be William. We're going to dig up this rabbit hole. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Before I call Trump with regards to Virginia, his entire premise is that the relationship ended 15 years ago. How then do you explain this? 15 years prior, 2016, he said our relationship was over. They talked about it. Oh yeah, I kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. We know that's not true from the Epstein files because he was never a member. Couldn't kick him out. Wasn't a member. We know that he trafficked girls from Mar-a-Lago. We know that the calendar girls meetings were at Mar-a-Lago. Virginia Dufresne was an underage employee of Mar-a-Lago, was trafficked to JE. Now, anybody who is still up here trying to defend this, you have a simple question to ask yourself. How do you wish to be remembered when it comes to the Trump files? Are you going to be a barker? Were you going to defend it no matter what? Or would you rather be a human and look at what you see? It's a simple question to the barkers of the world. We want anybody and everybody held accountable. And the way to do that is through the justice system. Right now, they're allegations. The president cannot exonerate himself. He's not, just like he said, he's exonerated in the Mueller report. Absolutely fucking not. Y'all are in a fucking cult.
Yes.
Exactly. I cannot help you with that. I'm sorry. I just can't help it. You've made your bed. You are now stuck with it. Fucking wild. The lengths to which you'll go to try to defend this guy over and over and over and over and over again. Stop. You don't have to debase yourself this bad publicly in front of 2,000 people to defend a predator. He could step down and let Vance pardon himself. He could pardon himself. There's the personal pardon. I mean, I think it's never been really tested before, but it is what it is. I'm mad, bro. Okay. Got a lot of folks in here. Some names I recognize, some names I don't. It is Free Speech Friday. Try to get to everybody today if we can. Let me move this over here. Everybody keep tapping and sharing, please. Want to support the channel and our road trip? Please consider contributing to Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all at Factsstillmatter. I appreciate you. All right. Well, we don't know, Woody, if they can or can't. It's never really been tested whether a president can pardon themselves. Within one heart, how are you today?
Good morning, Steve. It's a pleasure as always. So
Thank you.
I'd just like to point something out. The limit that people can face for SNA is probably over. But this goes beyond simple SNA. This is an actual ring where the world is involved. And therefore, my question is, what are the chances that it will be considered war crime and it will be held accountable?
Well, crimes against humanity, potentially.
Right.
Maybe not a war crime, but crimes against humanity, sure.
Okay, and
sure.
As far as the people ignoring who's in it, there is no logical explanation for that. There isn't. And the survivors deserve to be heard. Unfortunately, most YT people, men especially, have blinders, and they always blame the women. But this wasn't one woman. It was many, many, many. And there was unalivings, there was torture, there was kidnapping.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes, of course. But all the records indicate all those things happened. So
yeah.
I applaud you for continuing. And I would like to remind everyone that Mr. T has lost more court cases than he's won. So obviously, he's doing things that are illegal. Thank you, Steve.
Agreed. You got it. Have a good day. Be safe out there.
You too.
It's a fair point. Like again, the amount of pretzel twisting that people are willing to put themselves in, debasing themselves. That's a choice at this point, right? It's a choice. You don't have to do it. You've been conditioned and indoctrinated into the cult that no matter what the, again, alleged evidence, and our friend Barker was just wrong about everything. He probably didn't know about the Alex Acosta relationship. He probably didn't know about this infamous breakfast meeting that Alex Acosta had with Jay Lefkowitz when they served at a law firm together. An infamous breakfast meeting just days before the trial, 53-page federal indictment, serious allegations against Jeffrey Epstein that if found guilty, he would have spent the rest of his life in jail, in a federal prison. Lefkowitz, the attorney that representing Epstein, negotiated with Alex Acosta, who was the U.S. attorney, and they got that sweetheart non-prosecution agreement. State charges allowed him to leave jail 12 hours a day. And during that time, when he was out of jail, he committed these crimes against girls. And then Acosta becomes Trump's labor secretary. People like Barker are not smart enough to understand what that means. They'll be just like, it's just a coincidence. Was he qualified? Howard Lutnick, flat out fucking lying about his relationship. You can't have it both ways. You don't get to pick and choose what allegations you're going to believe. If you accept an allegation for others, then you got to accept it for your boy too. None of us fucking care. I want everyone. See, this is the thing. Because the people in the MAGA cult have been conditioned for so long, they think that people on the left are loyal to their candidates as they are to Trump, or loyal to our candidates as they are to Trump. Nope. Because we don't worship politicians. They work for us. I don't give a fuck who it is. I want anybody and everybody. He has not been exonerated. You get exonerated through the legal system. You go to court. Well, why the fuck hasn't he been arrested? Because he's the fucking president. Don't forget, he went to the Supreme Court begging for presidential immunity. If you believe in the rule of law, then you should want everybody investigated. Everybody. In fact, MAGA, you should be the ones screaming the loudest because you claim to be the party of law and order. Why is it that other countries around the world have taken this on so seriously, in fact, that they have arrested a royal for the first time in 400 years? For the first time in 400 years. During that time, I'm sure that many people within the royal bloodline have committed all kinds of atrocities. But now they're like, yeah, no. 400 years. The first time a royal has been prosecuted. You believed what I told you from the files. Testimony from the same people. 4 times they interviewed this person. 4 times. Then magically, 3 of those testimonies disappeared. But sleuth people out there doing the independent journalism caught all 4, and then suddenly 3 were gone. But again, the most transparent president of all time. Are you fucking kidding me? We do this, friends, so that we can call this bullshit out. They're not going to listen, but you need to be armed when these conversations come up in your life. Wild. I'm into jars. How are you today? Hello?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
That's okay. Do you have anything on your mind?
Nope. I just love your show and I listen to you every day.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Have a good day. Be safe out there. I don't bite. I just nibble. Be cool. Hi, Swells. How are you today?
Hi, good. How are you, Fax?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I'm just wondering if you can explain, because I feel like they've flooded the system with a bunch of information and it's hard to find what's actually going on. I've heard from multiple sources that they're going to stop releasing files. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's what we've heard from Todd Blanche and the DOJ.
Okay, so what are the next steps legally with Congress? Can they force a release, or what? Where would we go from here?
Congress can't legally do anything. That's not their job. They can have congressional oversight. They can, of course, I'm glad you asked that question, because it's the Department of Justice under the Epstein Transparency Act, which was signed into law by every member of Congress except one, Clay Higgins, a veto-proof majority, which means that even if the president didn't sign it, it would still go into effect. The agency that's required to release the files would be the government agency investigating the files not being released. So talk about the ultimate conflict of interest.
That's what I thought. And even though I don't like the answer, I appreciate it. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like our only hope right now is other countries investigating us. Do you think that is kind of is it bad we're rooting for other countries to find corruption in ours? Yes. But I think these victims deserve justice and I think they should all be released. So do you kind of agree that at this point we're just basing our hopes on other countries to root out the evil, or what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I think, it's a great question. I think it's in 2 parts. One, I think this is the importance, for this week I've been talking about, a lot of people have to understand what harm reduction is. We have to vote for people. So, because if we make decisions not to vote, then we're not going to be able to drag people into Congress for congressional hearings, because the parties in charge control who testifies. That's how it works. Okay. So if we want to see these people exposed and brought in front and to have to answer questions and then potentially go through impeachment, that's one side. That's the corruption in the government. As far as how do we hold Les Wexner and Jess Staley and Leon Black and others accountable, that's going to require a legal system. But you probably have heard me say this, Swells, if you see my show before, a system built by people who look like me to defend people who look like me to protect people who look like me. It's going to take somebody's going to have to flip. Somebody in that circle is going to have to be willing to say, you know what? I can't live with this anymore. I may have 10 years of my life to live. I'm willing to go to jail because this is so bad. I can't handle it anymore. I'm willing to name names. Until that happens, they're going to get away with it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate the information. Thanks so much. Have a good one.
You got it. Have a good day. You too. Be safe out there. It kind of feels that way to me, right? I mean, yeah, it kind of feels that way to me. But we'll see. You know, I think I do think it's interesting that the first time I had no idea when I read that story, 400 years that a royal has been arrested. That's fucking wild. Morning, Nash. Popples, how are you today? Popples, are you there? Popples, going once. Progressive in your pocket. By the way, Progressive in your pocket T-shirts available in the merch store. Head on over there. Let me check real quick. We have some folks I think have donated. Hang on a second. Everybody tapping is clapping, caring is sharing is caring, liking is loving. You know the drill. Thank you to Savage. Thank you, friend. Appreciate you very, very much. The $2 train covering the entire week. I thank you, Savage. Appreciate you. Ellie, thank you very, very much. So much patience for mashed potato brains. Thank you, Ellie. You're right. Amy, thank you. $1 a day. I believe in you and the mission. Love you, Steve. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate you very much. And Michelle, thank you as always, Michelle. Blue hearts. I appreciate that very much. Okay, let me get back here. Got a lot of folks requesting today. It is free speech Friday, friends. That's a lot to say. I love alliterations though.
Hey,
Ben Guyver, how are you? I can. How are you?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that victim you were talking about that has been interviewed 4 times. She also got a part of that settlement from the Epstein fund, so that's a little more credibility to the story. So,
it's a good point. It's a really good point.
I just wanted to point that out. That's all I had.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Ben. I appreciate you very much. Have a good day. Be safe out there. Yeah, numerous people, and it's funny because again, people are defending. Well, they got a settlement. Okay, think about that. These are girls who were raped, trafficked. We've got claims of unaliving and torture and all kinds of shit. Many of them faced with the possibility of no one ever seeing justice. So you settle, and they take the settlement. And now people on the right, who of course will have never believed women in their lives. And you know what's worse? I want to be careful how I say this. I've seen MAGA women defending this guy. And many of them are victims of assault. And I've heard some of them talking about this on their lives, saying that no one believed them. And yet, here you are doing the same thing? Like, why? Why? It's amazing to me to see that. So again, these girls, and boys, certainly, we don't know how deep this goes, but you don't have to debase yourself to defend this. You just don't. You just don't have to debase yourself. No, I get it. I totally get it. I understand when you're in the cult because your entire identity is connected to this. So if you suddenly, for years, you were told that Trump's a predator, and he is. Bragged about grabbing women by the pussy. Say you can do those kinds of things if you're a star. Fantasizing about having, if Ivanka wasn't my daughter, I'd be dating her. Have sex in common with my daughter. If any of you have, if any dads, if you have your daughter, if anybody asked you what you had in common with your daughter, would you ever think to say you had sex in common with her? Ever? Would you ever even think of saying something like that? And if the answer is yes, you would, then no wonder you're defending this guy. It's weird, right? It's weird. Yeah, being creepy Miss America? Exactly. Jorge, or is it George?
Hey, morning, Steve. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good, Steve. Well, thank you for always giving us the facts, Steve. I hear to your show almost every day. It's so this. What's happening right now, in the country. I wish all these people, get accountability ASAP. I believe all the victims, deserve justice, and all these people need to fall. It doesn't matter who is on he's on those files, but everyone is gotta be accountable and detained and arrested. I 100% believe all the victims, and I honestly believe that they deserve justice ASAP. And for all these people that still believe that all these people are innocent, they're really living a deep cult. They are so dumb that they could believe anything from their leader, and he comes and tells them, "Oh, hey, let me use your daughter for a little bit." They'll be, "Yes, daddy, here, take her, just bring her back." Yeah, it's so sad. Yeah,
I know.
So disappointed.
I know.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate you. You got it, man. Have a good day. Be safe out there.
You too. Bye-bye.
We've heard these stories, right? We've heard these men trafficking their own kids. Like, what are we fucking doing? I mean, you guys know me. I struggle with this every fucking day about just the disregard for humanity. Like, can you just imagine? Like, can you just imagine trying to defend this shit? What about bud? Look, I don't fucking care. I can't rewrite the facts. The case was under fucking seal. There's nothing I can do about that. You don't like it? That's okay. Fine. Then spend your energy arguing there, but it doesn't change the fact what we know now, that there's a law signed into law by the president with his fucking name on it, requiring the Department of Justice to release everything. Protect the survivors. The law was very specific. Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna, I think both lawyers, know how to do this shit. They knew exactly what the DOJ was going to do. And of course, they're doing it. Right? And you want to defend it? The person whose name's in these files more than anybody, and he is innocent? Make up your mind, MAGA. Please, make up your mind. Make a decision. Are you a believer, or do you believe that anybody connected to crimes against children should be held accountable? And if you do, then you should say every one of these lying motherfuckers should be dragged in front of Congress or in front of a courtroom or in a police lineup, and then justice should be served. Again, I just think this little piece of evidence that I shared with you guys already this morning once, I think this is the whole ball game. Where is it? Wrong one. I think this is it, because this explains, again, they'll find a way to cover it up. They'll find a way to deny it. The claim was no contact. I haven't spoken to him in 15 years. Well, apparently that's a lie too. Well, that could have been someone else named Trump. Or maybe it was like the tramp and it was just a typo. Before I call Trump with regard Virginia, are there any other alternatives? That's Sasha Riley's dad. Okay? From Jeffrey to William Riley. I'm going to go down this rabbit hole. I'm going to find out more about this. We'll talk about it on Monday. I just made that connection. Thank you for somebody mentioning that. And thank you, Sam, for confirming. How do you defend that? I kicked him out. I haven't spoken to him in 15 years. We know that is not true. We know it's not true. I'll find the file number and I'll pull that up. We know that that's another fucking lie. It's just another lie. And the statement about, well, he was a whistleblower? No, he was not. The statement is very specific. I'm glad you finally got him, because everybody in New York knew. Everybody in New York knew what? Everybody in New York knew what exactly? Anyway, I think that is a damning piece of evidence. It's probably going to go underreported because our legacy media fucking sucks. Support independent journalists, please. Good morning, Kevin. How are you today?
I had a good time yesterday evening watching LB Instruction.
Kevin?
Hey, how you doing, buddy? Hey, what's
I'm
up?
good. What's on your mind?
Hey, I just wanted to say you are doing an outstanding job, man. I appreciate you. Love your show. All of you guys that's up here fighting every day. I don't know how you do it, man. I wish I had your zeal. But here's the thing. We have to realize that these people are going to fight even harder because his name is in the file. They're desperate, man, because if you think about it, you have to live with this for the rest of your life. You voted for a guy that touches children. You voted for a guy that's a rapist. You voted for a guy that's a con artist. And no matter how they want to whitewash that in their own minds kind of way, they have to fight for that because that's a part of them. Once they realize this and everything comes out, it's going to be even harder, man. I would think that some of these people will probably be going to the edge of a bridge because this is how they're so embedded into this man to where they can't even distinguish between good and evil anymore. And it's sad. I mean, anytime you know what identifies a country that's in a downfall is how we treat our children and how we treat our elderly people. And right now we're doing a piss poor job of that. Anytime you don't have empathy for a human being, look at how we're treating our neighbors, man. Look how they beating up these immigrants that are just trying to come here to live. Look at what they're doing to kids, arresting children, denying them medication, feeding them spoiled food. He's opening up these camps, these sea camps, man, and nobody's saying anything about it. And I never in a lifetime, man, I spent 26 years in the United States Marine Corps, bro. I spent 13 years with the government after that, with the Pentagon and Homeland Security. And the thing that frightens me more than anything, I never once thought my country would get to this point. I believe more in my country than the people in this country. And when that man got elected, and by the way, I'm a black man. When that man got elected, it showed me how my country felt about me and my service. Because anytime you can put a man that's associated with the P-boys and the 3Ks and saying all these racist and homophobic and things about women, anytime you can put that type of person in the office with no character whatsoever, it tells me just how they feel about me. And that's a scary thing, man, to realize that you're a black man in this country willing to lay down your life for people in this country, and they allowed this man to get up there, and all they have to say is, oh, man, get over it. You shouldn't feel that way. This man, look, you saw the same type of resume I saw. Every one of us did. And now it's to a point where you cannot deny what type of person this man is. His name is all over those files, man. He was touching babies. We are sick, man. Allegedly. It's some sick people out here, and it angers me, man. I tell you, I can't believe it.
I agree. Kevin, thank you for your service, brother.
Man, I apologize
for what? For what?
For getting off on my soapbox, but man, it kills me. I love this country, man. I love
Don't
this
apologize,
country.
man.
I mean, I blood,
don't
sweat,
apologize
and tears for this place, man. And
don't apologize. You don't need to.
Yeah, I just love this country so much, Facts. And to lay my life on the line for people who don't even care about children, man, it's crazy. It's like I'm living a dream.
Nightmare. I got you. I got you. I thank you for your service again, sir, and thanks for jumping in today. I appreciate you very much, Kevin. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Facts. I appreciate you, brother. Stay strong, man.
You too, man. Talk to you later. A reminder, as we've had very heated conversations this week, black man in America, system stacked against him every fucking day, served his fucking country, will go to the polls and will vote for a Democrat because he knows that if his future and his children's future has any fucking shot, it's going to take a Democrat to help. So, entitled leftists, is it connecting yet? Is that dot connecting for you yet? We want your voice. We need your support for a lot of the things that we all care about. But you got to think about others too. You have to think what's at stake. If we could finally learn and learn lessons from our black and brown brothers and sisters, but in particular black women, If we could really just pay attention and let them lead and let them guide us. Because, by the way, I think I want to do a live on this. Men are submissive by nature. And MAGA men would never admit that. The reason that men make good soldiers is because they need to be told what to do. Men pay to have women demoralize them, if you know what I mean. None of this would be happening at the scale that it is if women were in charge. Plain and simple. Men are submissive by nature, and they'll never admit it. We want the pat on the head when we do something good. Was I a good boy? Was I a good boy? Did I do the right thing? People are still in this position where they are finding ways to defend a predator, allegedly. Well, no, never mind allegedly. He's been found liable for it. Queens, these people are so fucking afraid of you. They are so afraid of you. They know that if you get power, then their lives are, well, they're afraid of you for the wrong reasons. They know that you're in power, ironically enough, their lives will be better. They just don't think that way. They are deathly afraid of you. So my hope and my wish and my ask is give them a reason to be by overwhelming the polls, by voting, and again, find a candidate that you love right now, a progressive, whomever that might be, and can cheer for them and root for them and donate to them and volunteer for them and phone bank for them and do it 24/7 if you have the ability. And if your candidate doesn't win, then you just move on to the next who happens to be the candidate that will offer less harm. It's that simple. They are deathly afraid of you. We went through the exercise yesterday as to what a matriarchy would look like. And I don't like the fact that people think of it as utopia, because utopia, in my opinion, at least my own thoughts, utopia is unattainable. That's the whole point of it being utopia. I'm talking about pragmatic solutions to a problem that exists because we are a patriarchy. That's why I am a traitor to the patriarchy. Sweatshirts available in the merch store. See what I did there? Anyway, this is what happens, right? This is what happens with people like, here's the thing. Is it Baker? Baker, if you're still in here, you know what, bro? I want you to have health care. I really do. I want you to have an opportunity to take advantage of a tax system that works to benefit you. I want housing to be more affordable for you and your family. I want the best social safety net available. So in case something bad happens, you don't have to worry about it. I want your work to be respected. I want you to have access to mental health care. I bet you wouldn't say that about me. No, instead, you just came up and called me a hypocrite. You think it bothers me? You know what really bothers me, Barker? Is that you're going to the lengths that you're going to defend this shit. And you'll call us radicals? Why? Because I think healthcare, food, water, and shelter is a human right? That's so fucking radical. Whew. Man, that's so fucking radical. I'm not defending predators. That'd be you. DJ Eric, how are you today?
I'm good, man. Hey, this is my first time tapping into your show. I am loving everything you are doing. Kudos to you. Good job, man. My one question is, I want to kind of, if you can help me clear it up, because I'm not that smart on the politics stuff. And I try to educate myself by listening to guys like you who are like spitting the truth. So I have a cousin, and I'm African American, and I also too want to follow up what the Marine said. I love this country too, man. And sometimes, you know, they just don't think that African Americans love the country. We love the country too, but we just always dealt such a bad hand sometimes. But back to my question to you is, my cousin, who's another African American who loves Trump, he always says to me, "Cuz Trump helped the police, FBI, whoever catch the E-Man. Is that true?
Yeah.
And I hang up.
No, it's not, DJ. That's a lie that they've been that they're convincing themselves. And I'll go through the timing of that, but no, it's another lie. He didn't. He called after the fact, after the arrest, and said, "Hey, I'm glad you finally got this guy," because everyone in New York knew exactly who he was.
Wow. See, that's his one thing he always plays on me. Like, man, Trump is the best thing to happen to African Americans. I'm like, I don't see it. Everything they do, they got rid of the civil rights department. Well, they didn't get rid of it. They broke it all the way down the civil rights department. It's like, it's so much, but I'm enjoying the show. I'm gonna let someone else come up. I'm still listening. I love it. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. I appreciate your friend. Have a good day. Be safe out there. You know, it's interesting that we have the fortunate that we have a lot of Black men and women enjoying our show, and I've learned a lot from that community. You know, so unpacking my privilege every single fucking day. I oftentimes see white conservatives speaking for the Black community, saying that Donald Trump did more for the Black community than anyone. And then I'm like, well, really? Have you asked a Black woman or a Black man? What's the number? 92% of Black women voted for Kamala. And what's the number for Black men? Still significantly higher, even though there's part of that community that, and I know not every single voting block is a monolith, and I get that, but you know, of course, defenders of Donald Trump's blatant fucking racism. 92. Thank you, Fairy Dust. 92 and 85. Is that the number? That makes sense. 92% of Black women, 85% of Black men voted for Kamala, and yet white conservatives think that they can speak for the Black community, right? And when the video comes out of depicting Kamala, Michelle and Barack as apes, of course those people will say that it wasn't racist. I got a little secret for you, defenders of that. That's because you're racist too. You see, we see you, right? We see you. And you know what? All those people that said those horrible things, I still want you to have health care. I still want your children to not have to worry about eating. I still want to make sure that we have the best public education system in the world so that they can follow their dreams. But you don't want that. Because God forbid if an undocumented person or a Black person or someone else who you think doesn't deserve it gets a leg up, then that's a bridge too far. Hi, Kate. How are you today? I'm
good. How you doing?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
So I was just, I wanted to check in listening to that guy before. And I was getting so angry. I'm so sick of this. Like, I really am. I'm so sick of it. And I'm trying to dig deep and find some empathy and compassion and see things from their perspective, you know? And, you know, I just want to say to them, your anger is directed at the wrong people. Okay. Mm-hmm. Like, I understand you have been betrayed. You have been betrayed by this man. You have been lied to. You have been manipulated. You need to sit with that. You need to sit with that, punch a pillow, cry, scream, do whatever you have to do, and then join the fight with us. You know, please. Like, you know deep down, you know the truth. You know, like, please, like, come on, guys. You know,
good point.
That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's an interesting point, Gabe, because it's like, yes, they know, but they just find a way to excuse it. Yeah, well, I really don't care about his morality because I got 20% off him, 20 cents off of my gas.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and there are those people out there that, you know, that really are just, you know, not good people. You know, they're the racists, but there's a good chunk of them that I think are just, I don't know, they've been brainwashed and manipulated and their identity is tied to him.
Agreed.
So, you know, they need to sit with those feelings of betrayal and really just, I don't know, like just sit with it, feel it. You know, it sucks. It really sucks. And I feel sorry for them. I really do. But, you know, you got to direct that anger towards the right people. And that's him. And that's, you know, this administration.
I would agree. Thanks for that, Kate. I appreciate you. Thanks for jumping in today. Have a good weekend. Be safe out there.
You too.
You got it. It's part of that conversation we have a lot, right? Like for empaths, it's hard for us to kind of say, Jesus, but I'll say it every day. I mean, I have to be consistent. I just want humans to have better things. I'm tired of suffering. I just want people to be fed. I still go back to Sunday, and it was really emotional for me when I'm literally on a panel with someone and they said that food wasn't a right. Like, what? What? Food isn't a right? That's where we are now? That's where we are? So food isn't a right, but Trump's not in the files. I should say, and. That's how far they have fallen. That's how far humanity has fallen. You don't think food's a right either, Leo? See what I mean? See what I mean, Leo? You don't think food's a right either, huh? Interesting. You don't think food is a right? So if somebody doesn't have food, what happens to them? I bet you're pro-life too, aren't you, Leo? Yeah, probably. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Everybody keep tapping, please. Cowboy Wolf, how are you this morning?
I'm doing good. How are you doing? Actually, I know you're doing good because you said it over a dozen times. I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So if Trump, I don't think he'll do it because of his big ego, but if he steps down and gives Vance the opportunity to be president, would Vance be able to pardon him for everything he's done?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because Nixon did it. I was just curious if that would happen with all the stuff with Epstein files. I have a 13-year-old daughter, and all this disgusts me.
Yeah. Ford pardoned Nixon, but yeah, I know what you meant.
Yeah, so I was just curious. So yeah, so he could get pardoned for everything, and everything be washed away. Yeah. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Okay, well, that was my only question.
Yeah, that's there was legislation that's been introduced. It looks like there's some bipartisan support introduced by a Democrat in the House, supported by Don Bacon, the Republican, about reviewing a congressional review of the presidential pardon power. I would support that. I would absolutely support that. I don't like the fact that the president can just unilaterally pardon someone. It's in the Constitution. I get it. It's part of the rules, but I don't like it.
I don't think he'll do it, though. His ego is too big to step down.
I've made that prediction. I've gone on the record to say I would not be surprised if that happened.
Last minute, maybe.
If that happened. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be like, I don't personally, I don't think he's going to live through his presidency. So, that's part of it. That's part of it too. But I would not be surprised. And there has to do with timing. I think we have to get past January 1st of next year so that there can be so that JD Vance then can run for 2 terms potentially. So I think a lot of it has to do with timing. But the presidential pardon the presidential pardon power is unlimited.
That's crazy.
So
okay,
I know. Thanks for jumping in today, Cowboy. I appreciate it. Have a good day. Be safe out there. Yeah, I mean, we went through that exercise, right? What button do I have to hit? Did I miss something? I'll ignore it. Yeah, we went through that exercise. Like, we could be critical of Joe Biden pardoning his kid. Sure, no doubt about it. I understand why he did it. If I was the president and my son was facing potential scrutiny and investigations from the incoming administration, I would have done the exact same thing. Who wouldn't? I mean, who wouldn't do it? Doesn't mean I have to like it. Doesn't mean I have to like it. We went through the exercise of who the people that President Trump pardoned. DJ Rodriguez, who gunned a police officer to the neck like multiple fucking times. Right? People who Andrew Take, names like that. People who had crimes against children prior to their J6 conviction, sent to jail, pardoned, got out, and went back and did the same thing again. Nobody who supports Trump ever wants to talk about that. I wouldn't either, because it destroys your entire fucking argument. Stuart Rhodes and Mickey Tario, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Hi, Julie. How are you?
Oh, hi. Good morning. It was a tapping error. Sorry. I'm in my car.
No problem.
Okay. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye.
You too. Thank you. Francis, I just saw that. We're going to chat about that. If you want to come up and talk about it, you can, because I think everybody could use a little good news. what he's impeached at. Pete Hexet's liver. How are you today?
Doing all right, Steve. Doing all right. Just wanted to. I was listening to the conversation you had with Barker guy, and it's like arguing with a goldfish, man. I mean, you say the same things, like, "Hey, Biden couldn't use the files against because they were sealed because of this," and then it's how come Biden didn't do that? And you're like, well, it's back and forth. It's the same thing over and over again. They have the brains of goldfish. They don't remember 5 seconds ago the argument they're trying to make in the facts that get brought up to them, and they continuously talk into a circle. And then they're also the people who are, you know, when statues were coming down and names were getting changed about the Confederate statues, and they're like, the history. Meanwhile, we have a guy who's ripping down the ultimate place of history, the White House, who I think is going to end up leaving office with a hole in the side of the White House with nothing there, and all the history there, the Rose Garden, all that stuff destroyed. And they're worried about, like, you know, these racist statues that got put up during the civil rights era to remind, you know, African American folks, try to, you know, basically put them down where they live, because that's when all that stuff got put up. But it's crazy. And then I just wanted to say personally, stop talking down about New Hampshire, man.
Well, bro, I mean, if you know what I'm talking about, you do know what I'm talking about. South of Manchester, we're good, but north of that, including chunks of Concord, if you live there, you know what I'm talking about.
Okay, I know. I'm south of Manchester, so I'm right south of Manchester. But anyway,
you're good.
The big deal here now is the ice facility that they want to put up in Merrimack, New Hampshire.
Yeah.
So, you know, if that happens, I'm going to have to be on the streets, I think, at some point to be protesting like the rest of the places.
In Williston, Vermont, which is a suburb of Burlington, although that's kind of weird to even say, it is like the hub of the communication network nationally. I've been to a couple of protests there. That is a big facility, and there's been a lot of not enough focus on the fact that is a main hub for communication nationwide. So it's everywhere. It's fucking everywhere.
It's disgusting.
And again, this is fascism, bro. Thanks for being up. Don't take it personal. You count as a blue dot. I appreciate you, bro. Thanks for being here. See ya. Yeah, no shade, but yes. Listen, even people who live there know. You know. By the way, we are marching towards Supreme Court orders. There's no promise that we're going to get the tariff decision today, but in anticipation of that, I found some interesting sound. Chuck Todd was interviewing someone. I'm not a big fan of Chuck Todd, but he's gone out and done some independent journalism work. And this is an interesting point. Like, why have we been waiting so long? What's the reason that there's this delay, and why has it taken SCOTUS so long to rule on this particular thing? And he has an interesting perspective on that. See if I can find that sound. I wasn't planning on playing that today, but I think it's worth it for this conversation. Again, the argument is, why are we, whether or not the president has legal means to do what he's done with tariffs. And I never really thought about this, but this is the opinion of Douglas Holtz-Eakin, who is an expert on SCOTUS, and he's sitting down with Chuck Todd. Here you go.
Taken so long to do this ruling about the legality of the president's power over tariffs?
I have no idea, really. I'm not a legal scholar.
Exactly. None of us
I have
do.
a good guess.
Okay.
And the guess is, Roberts is walking around trying to get the vote total as high as he can. Because they don't
want a 5-4 no matter what. Right?
No, they don't want that. He's careful on big decisions. You know, think back to the ACA and things like that. Mm-hmm. So he's probably pretty sure they're going to have to overturn the president. He's seen this president in action. He's going to be a fuss about it. Mm-hmm. He'd like to go in there at 9-0 if he can. He probably can't, but he's going to get as close as he can. Mm-hmm. And why is he in a hurry to pick this fight? So he'll wait.
But the longer it goes, the harder it is to roll back?
No, I think from the Supreme Court's point of view, you announce the decision now, you announce it in June, it has not a big difference. And I think that's probably right from an economics point of view, because at this point,
what if you're an importer and exporter?
At this point, if you're an importer and exporter, you should expect to have these tariffs. If they're not done under the IEEPA guys, they'll be done under some other guys.
You assume that they're looking for other ways to do this.
They've said they're looking.
Right.
Yeah. Like they're going to replace these.
Yeah. So that's very interesting, right? So I think it makes sense, right? So he doesn't want this to be a 5-4 decision. I think that's a nod to say this is going to go against the president. So what Roberts is trying to do is work the room, so to speak. How many can I flip Alito and Thomas? Can I flip Kavanaugh? Instead of 6-3 or 5-4, can we make this 7-2 or 8-1 or 9-0? Because I was reading about the history of the Supreme Court. Overwhelming majority of their decisions has been 9-0. Like, I forget what the number was. It's like 70% or higher. Don't quote me on that. But a large chunk of the decisions have been 9-0. So he's looking for that to say, well, there's no wiggle room here. This is overwhelmingly ruling against you. And we'll find, so we may not get that decision this morning, but we'll track it. I just want to thank Pixie. Thank you, Pixie. It's very kind. She said, for Steve, thank you for everything you do. You're hilarious. Thank you for saying that. Pixie, that's very kind. Heather started the $2 train. Thank you very much. You guys are awesome. Also, thank you to one more. Hang on a second. Manena. I'm sorry if that's not correct, but the $2 on the PP. Let me do my best to update this. I'm trying to do math in my head. Hang on a second. So that would be, hold on. Here we go. Okay. All right. We're like I said, we're watching for the SCOTUS rulings, and if we get any news, we'll share that with you guys. Okay. Everybody keep tapping and sharing. We appreciate y'all very, very much. 366 shares. Can we hit 400, and can we get to 600,000 likes within the next hour? That'd be great. Hi, Ash. How are you this morning?
Good, Steve. So I watch you every morning on my way to work, and so I'm in Texas, and I just had a question. I kind of think I already know the answer, but I just kind of need some advice. So as you know, sure. Probably the Senate race is happening, and I know that Tallarico is real big right now. I've always wanted to vote for Crockett, but I feel like that might be splitting the vote too much, and I worry that she's not going to have enough of a backing to get there. And so I'm just kind of like torn because my heart wants to vote for her, but I feel like my brain is telling me to vote for him.
So in the primary, vote for whomever you want, right? Because there needs to be a Democratic nominee. So vote if Jasmine is your candidate or if Tallarico is your candidate, vote for them in the primary. When the time comes, whomever the nominee, vote for that person.
Okay, got it. Well, that was all I wanted.
That's a good, while you're here, that's a good tale for everyone. Like I've said this a million times this week. Vote for whom you want aggressively, phone bank, volunteer your time, raise money during the primary process. And if you don't get your candidate that you prefer when the election comes, the general, then your choice is Christian nationalists or perhaps a boring Democrat. I think you should be able to make that decision pretty easy.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome.
Yeah. Thanks for that question, though, Ash. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
You got it.
Have a good one.
You too. Well. All right. Francis, I see you. Give me a minute. I'll bring you up in a second. Hi, Heather.
Hey, Steve.
What's on your mind?
I'm angry today. I'm angry.
Okay.
I'm angry. I'm angry with conversations that I've had with people who are sitting here saying, "Oh, I don't like what ICE is doing. I don't like this. I don't like that." But you know what? The two-party system is, quote unquote unconstitutional. So I just can't see myself voting for the party of harm reduction. I'm angry that I have to listen to men come up on this app and defend Donald Trump and the e-files. And the thing that disgusts me the most about it all is he bragged about going into the changing rooms of underage girls. He brags about grabbing them by the pee. He has bragged. Do you guys not know what an MO is? He has bragged about this. Who cares? You want to sit here and you want to say that they're not credible. It's not credible, but it is credible. He's had 26 allegations of grown women accusing him, and then on top of it, what he brags about with the teenage girls, and they said it's a problem, and then you're going to turn around and you're going to say that nothing in the files is credible? Are you kidding me? What is wrong with you people? What is wrong with you? And anybody, any white woman on the left who doesn't want to vote because of whatever reason, and you're sitting there, you're a problem. You're just as problematic as anybody on the right. Anybody on the right. If you don't stand up and do something about it, then where are we going to be? I'm sorry. I'm just so angry. I'm so angry.
Don't apologize. Heather, don't apologize. I get it. I get it.
And I was thinking a little bit, I didn't listen to the whole live yesterday, but I was thinking a little bit about what some of the wonderful women were saying on your panel yesterday about how if it's a matriarchy, it has to be a black woman in power. And I absolutely agree with that. And white women, guess what? Black women would choose the bear over us. And if that makes you uncomfortable, then you need to sit in that. They would absolutely choose the bear over us. And there's many reasons for that.
No notes. No notes.
I don't understand what is wrong with people. It's what is wrong with you? Like you said, Steve, we are talking about saving lives. My parents' health insurance has gone up. They're on Medicare and Medicaid. They're elderly. What's going to happen to them? What's going to happen? Oh, we just don't care about people's parents anymore? You know, my best friend's mom died 2 weeks ago. My second mom died 2 weeks ago. And she felt like she was a burden on her kids because she's elderly. I don't wish that on anybody. On anybody. You guys don't know what you're doing, the harm you're causing. You won't vote for Gavin Newsom? Cause what? Cause why? Cause you're too good for it? You're not too good. If you're not gonna go out and you're not gonna do something, then you're a problem. I wouldn't wish what she was going through on anybody.
Agreed. Thank you, Heather. As always, we need more of it. I appreciate your voice as always. We see you.
I appreciate you, and I appreciate how you handle these dumb men. I appreciate it, and I also appreciate that you're not afraid to also call out white women. I know you're not a white woman, but I'm happy to come up anytime you need a white woman to call out other white women.
I think you just did. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate you. Be safe out there, okay? We see you. All right, talk to you soon.
Okay, bye.
So we do have a decision from the court. It looks like they have deemed under IEPA the tariffs to be illegal. Looks like it's a 6-3 decision with Kavanaugh, Thomas, and Alito in dissent. We'll get some more information. I'm not exactly sure. We'll probably learn more what they've done in regards to the ruling, because it was always likely going to be an unconstitutional decision or action by the administration. My mod team can hearts of the chat for my mods because they are working their fucking asses off like they always do. Roberts announced the judgment of the courts and delivered the opinions of the court with respect to parts 1, parts 2, A through 1, and parts 2B, in which Sotomayor, Kagan, Gorsuch, Barrett, and Jackson joined, and an opinion with respect to parts 2A and 2, in which Gorsuch and Barrett joined. Gorsuch and Barrett filed concurring opinions. Kagan filed an opinion concurring in part. It's legal speak. So it does look like overall it's a 6-3 ruling. Mods, check me if I'm wrong about that. 6-3 ruling with Kavanaugh, Thomas, and Alito in dissent. There's 170 plus pages, but I think the headline is that the Supreme Court has ruled that the president attempted to use IEPA, which is the International Economic Emergency Powers Act, of which they tried to justify tariffs, has now been deemed unconstitutional. So we don't know exactly what that means just yet, right? But there's 170 plus pages. We'll do some research. I'm sure we'll get a summarized version of the ruling. But again, 170 pages. The headline is the Supreme Court has ruled the IEPA, the use of IEPA in regards to tariffs is unconstitutional. I would imagine there's going to be some ketchup flying. So I would take stock in ketchup right now if you haven't yet. Obi, I see you, bro. I'll bring you up. But as I was just mentioning, friends, in case you don't know, as I was mentioning about how amazing my mods are because they are the most incredible human beings, case in point, here's one.
Good morning, you
Wait a minute. Good morning,
bitch.
you good. Oh, you beat me to it, damn it. You beat me to it.
How are you then this free speech Friday?
We are doing what we do, Francis. We are doing what we do. I'm glad you're here.
Yes. You rang. You called me up.
You got it. Yes, you've got a little something exciting that maybe people might be interested in, since joy is resistance.
Joy is resistance, and when I'm stressed, I do artsy things. So as you can well imagine, I've been very artsy over the past year or so. I have been recently reconnecting with an old hobby that I had. And I've been doing some nail stamping. More recently, it's been related to kind of more political things. But I do have a YouTube channel that I had for many years that has a whole lot of nail stamping. So if you are into watching artsy things, nail art, if you find that relaxing, a lot of our mods have been watching my videos and they have seemed to find it pretty relaxing. But that it is a reminder to take care of yourself, to do things that you love. It is hard in a hostile government takeover to find joy, but you have to find it where you can, and you need to take a rest when you can, because all this fighting can be exhausting.
Where should we direct people if they want to watch your videos aside from TikTok?
Aside from TikTok, YouTube. I have, can I say that? A YT channel?
You just did.
Yeah, I just don't know what the algorithm will let us say.
Okay.
So I am listed under Dolphin Chick Nails, DOLFANCHICKNAILS on the YTs.
On the Yeet. Yes, we will. We'll post that in the chat so people can find you specifically. Or can you put a link in your bio and then link to it from your TikTok page?
Yeah, I have to look into how to do that. I think I have one from my Instagram that should direct you there.
I can help you. It's tech, and I can actually help you with that.
Oh boy.
Seriously.
Oh boy.
I know, right? We'll also put the link in the Discord for those of you. It's another incentive. Trust me, friends, it's really fucking relaxing. And Francis is incredibly good at it. It's really, really relaxing. And we all can take some time to do some things for ourselves. Joy is resistance. So please do that.
The TikTok
and support
videos.
My amazing.
Oh, thank you. The TikTok videos are shorter. If you have a shorter attention span, you just want to see something really quick. But the YouTube videos can be a bit longer, and it's more of like a tutorial that will show you exactly how I did all the kinds of things. And I love how the comments are saying it's now the yeet. Yes. On the
yes, that is very true. Yeah. So again, friends, joy's resistance, and please follow and support my friend, the sexy bitch Francis. Got that in there, and go check out the videos because they're awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
I love you all. We have the greatest chat on TikTok, and I love you more, Steve.
Okay. Talk to you later. All right. Bye. See ya. Yes, friends. We have the ruling. We know that. Okay, we do know that the Supreme Court has ruled that the IEPA approach to tariffs has been deemed unconstitutional. None of us really understand exactly what that means just yet, but they're referring to it as a monumental ruling. Thank you, AD. It's a monumental ruling, and the bottom line is that the tariffs Trump announced back in April on Liberation Day are gone. They have been ruled illegal by this U.S. Supreme Court. More to come on that. All right. Again, we don't know exactly what that's going to look like, the mechanism. Is it going to be, people are going to get money refunded? I guess we really don't know yet. Good morning, my brother. How are you today?
Hello there. It's sunny and only 38 degrees outside.
Sorry, bro.
It's a national emergency here in Los Angeles County. Please send the Red Cross and blankets. Although I shouldn't joke about that because the houseless population that's sleeping outside is probably not having a great couple of days. We got
that's a good point.
So much rain that, you know, the foothills out in front of my house?
I do.
Well, the tops of them are covered in snow.
Well, wow.
Yes. Apparently, it's winter here in Los Angeles. I would like to declare this is official. This is our first actual winter in 3 years. But for those of you that have been paying attention long enough, I did post that one juxtaposition photo where there were palm trees, and then as you looked past the palm trees, there were the foothills covered in snow. It does happen. We do get it every once in a while. But that's not why I came up. The live yesterday with Ash.
Yeah.
I don't know if I ever really shout out other creators much. But if there are men who need to learn some things, and I would say it's a pretty good guess that there are some men that listen to this show that may need to learn some things that just haven't, follow her, see what they're talking about. There were a lot of really important things being discussed yesterday, some of which I've never even thought about or even knew were a thing. And it was like a silver lining on this app, because every once in a while you get to find something that's pretty cool, and you get to deconstruct in real time, and that I think was fascinating. Looking forward to seeing more about this SCOTUS bit. But a special shout out to Steve, who showed up at a company meeting yesterday and got to hang out with three pretty fucking nerdy dudes, and slightly nerdy, and got to see how a part of what may appear to be threatening to one's livelihood may actually end up paying large dividends, and funding many wonderful things. Yeah,
relationship.
Yeah,
I get it. I gotten over it.
Yeah, and I think too, what's going to be really fascinating, because you talk about AI a lot, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, you're about to become immersed in learning how to use a large language model, how to set things up. But these things are designed to help you. They're not designed to take you away. These are all enhancements, because there are some things in life we don't like to do. I'm gonna call myself out. Once laundry is folded, if it's in a basket, is that not put away?
Well, I mean, in my world, it would be like cover it with a blanket and call it furniture. So, like, I don't mind doing laundry, but you know, making it go from the dryer to the various dressers, then that's a problem.
Yeah,
that's a problem.
Now, listen. Akin to that is responding to business emails and setting up reminders and remembering to follow up, right? This tool can do that for you, and it can do it in a way that's branded and looks pretty and has Steve-approved languages in it, right? So it'll be interesting to see if we can pull apart that thread and really look at it from a different angle, because I think Mark brought up a really interesting point. A lot of people did research in really big neon quotes and came back with it was horrible. But like those Google researchers that we see on this app, just because you read something doesn't mean you understand something, which is why it sometimes requires us to pull up a subject matter expert on a given topic to have them opine and break it down for us so that it's easily digestible. So the future is here.
It's
right? You know, I'm sure my dad didn't like calculators and preferred to do calculus with his slide rule, but eventually he started using a calculator. So anyway.
I appreciate that. Hey, be safe. I know the weather's a little bit crazy out there for you guys, but thanks for jumping in today, bro.
Yep.
I appreciate
Love you, bro.
as always.
Talk to you.
Love you too, man. Talk to you later.
Ciao.
Bye. So again, we have the ruling. So folks, we do know that the Supreme Court has ruled 6-3 against the Trump administration that deemed the tariffs illegal, but it got me thinking because we know a certain commerce secretary who just scored. His company, Howard Nutlick, run by his son, stands to gain tens of millions, if not more, because they bet against Trump's economic policy, meaning that they were betting that the Supreme Court would in fact rule that the tariffs are illegal. But again, no corruption here, right? Mid-July, this is let's see. The company is Cantor. Hang on a second. Cantor Fitzgerald, of which Howard Nutlick was the chairperson. It's his son. In mid-July, according to Wired, Cantor was buying up the rights to your potential tariff refund at between 20 and 30 cents per dollar. I bet that price has gone up a lot since Friday's federal appellate court upheld the lower court's ruling, and now we have the Supreme Court. They literally put the tariffs in place. The companies that a lot of these billionaire cronies are invested in made their money as the tariffs caused the cost to increase, and now he bet against the economic policy that he supported, and he and his family stands to make millions. But again, nothing to see here, right? That's totally fine. Nothing to see. Totally fine with that. It's crazy, man. I've never seen corruption like this in my fucking life. Right in front of us. They are playing in your faces, friends. Do you understand that? They are playing in your face. Now, you watch the MAGA lives today, right? They're going to say, they're going to try to find somebody on the court to blame. They'll call Roberts a rhino. Amy Coney Barrett's going to be a rhino, right? Gorsuch is going to be a rhino. And they're not going to want to talk about, because this is not going to get covered in their safe spaces, they're not going to want to talk about how their commerce secretary, his economic plan was tariffs, along with Scott Bessent and with Ron Vera, Peter Navarro. They bet on the Supreme Court overturning the tariff policy, and they're about to make tens of millions of dollars, if not more. Nothing to see here, though. It's totally fine. Yeah, nothing to see here. It's fine. What's a little corruption between friends? It's fine.
Okay, hold on.
So what? So what? 1962. Hello.
With a girl that you said your girlfriend, and she got them address where every nigga see all niggas crying out her asshole.
Okay, sorry. I didn't want to overhear your conversation, bro. Appreciate you being here, though. Thanks a lot. That was wild. Good morning, Kate. How are you today?
Good, Steve. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I was hoping we could go back to that conversation you had with the Chud earlier this morning.
Sure.
He made a comment about, you had asked him, something along the lines of, don't you want to get everyone out of office that has committed these crimes? And he said no, because he doesn't want, societal collapse or whatever the reasoning is. And I am so tired of people using that excuse, right? Because sure, I think that there's probably a large number of people in our government that maybe if not directly related to the crimes or at least related to help like covering them up.
Culpable, sure.
Yeah, exactly. And so while there is that many people, right, that are probably corrupt, I think that we have just as many people that are willing to serve the country that are not corrupt. And I'm sorry, like, I'm a survivor of child sexual assault. I've dealt with so many mental issues related to that, personally in my relationships, my friendships, stuff like that. Like, it is stuff that really, it follows you for the rest of your life. There's no getting away from it, and therapy can help and medicine can help, but it's always there, right? And I see these people that are like, well, but the government, it'll collapse. Like, let it freaking collapse then. Like, let it collapse then. I'm so tired of all these people who care more about their money and their comfort than they do about the literal children that are affected for the rest of their lives that have either been unalived or assaulted or, any of the numerous deplorable things that we've read about in the Trump files, as I really enjoy you calling them. And it's just so frustrating to me because I would rather be uncomfortable. I would rather tear this shit down than continue to allow these predators to not only be free, but to be in positions of power where they can continue to be predators. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that any of these people aren't still committing these crimes. Someone like that, they don't just stop for no reason. And so I just wanted to come up to, I guess, commiserate a little bit about how frustrated I am that so many people would rather let these P3DOs stay in charge than they would be uncomfortable in rebuilding society the way it should be.
I completely agree with you, Kate. I think there's a lot to that. We talk about this often, right? We know under perfect conditions, whatever that might be in our society, the marginalized communities are always struggling. So taking the system down means they suffer more. So that's part of me, the empath in me is just like, man, that would really fucking suck. But I don't know how else to fix it. I don't know how else we fix it unless we start from scratch.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that. Like, I understand that. So, like, I'm a white woman, right? I know that my comfort is my discomfort in this situation would not be nearly the same as a person of colors. I understand that. And so maybe that changes the way I see things a little bit. But at the end of the day, I still just... I just want the compassion for the victims, for the children. And I just, yes, I appreciate all of the ways that you fight back against it, all of the ways that you try to call these people out on their hypocrisy. So thank you. Keep fighting the good fight. But I just wanted to come on Free Speech Friday to complain a little bit about just the selfishness of the American people. So thank you.
Well said. Thanks for being here, Kate. I appreciate you very much. Have a good day. Be safe out there. Yeah, it's kind of the point. Friends, we do know that the Supreme Court has ruled 6-3 that the tariffs are considered illegal or unconstitutional, I should say. We do know that, so I'd appreciate if folks not spam the chat. But we are aware. Yes, we'll get more information onto some of the specifics. But let me see. Is this the? Did he rule? Has there been a statement from the White House? Has anybody seen that yet? Hang on one second. Hang on one sec. Key issue to bear in mind. So as news is flying at us, this is what breaking news is. Key issue to bear in mind as you watch today's political response to the Supreme Court tariff decision. The court didn't say the U.S. can't issue tariffs, which is true. Simply, the president has to convince the Republican-controlled Congress first if tariffs are a great idea. That should be an easy argument to win. Spoiler, they're not. We've had many Republicans have said that they oppose the overarching approach to tariffs, right? So we'll have to cross that bridge. I know that what's his name? Rand Paul has been outspoken against the way in which the IEEPA policy has been used. Let's see. Glenn, good morning. How are you today?
I'm so sorry. That was a mistake.
No problem. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you.
Thank you
Have a
for
good day.
your
Be safe
thank
out
you
there.
for what you do.
Thank you, Glenn. Appreciate you. Have a
Yes.
good day. So there's more to come on this, right? Obviously, we've got a lot of. There's going to be some churning. There's going to be some catch-up throwing in the White House. I think it was expected, to be honest. You could hear the rumblings from the appellate decisions, but we'll see. Good morning, friend. How are you?
I'm angry, just like Heather.
Yeah.
My family, we've had 3 consecutive generations of women that have gone through SA, and each and every one of us have. That's just what we know of, or that I know of, and we each have chronic PTSD from it, and I have a very difficult time hearing about any of the files. When they first started coming out and people were talking about them in great detail, I had this weird psychological phenomenon that I actually developed a stutter and was not able to speak because it was so disturbing to me. And my family had to really rally around me to help me overcome that. And I appreciate the way that you cover them, Steve, because you don't go into great detail. And I feel like this is a safe space for me. I have to be very careful about other lives that I listen to and have to scroll out very quickly at times. I'm angry. I'm angry for every survivor. I know what it feels like, not to the degree that what they've gone through, but I'm angry. I want justice for every single person that was involved.
Agreed.
It affects every part of my life. I know that it has to affect every part of their life. I've seen my biological mother, I've seen myself, and I've seen my daughter. Every single one of us has experienced it, and it's gut wrenching, and it has affected us for our whole lives. And I'm angry. I want something done. And then I do have a little bit of news. I almost last weekend, I almost did not survive. They thought that I had a stroke.
Oh my goodness.
Potassium level was in the ones. Normal or passing potassium is 3.5, and I was in the ones. I was in a comatose state. And
goodness gracious.
I've struggled with SI quite a bit, and I can tell you that facing that, I've not even thought about SI because I realized what it did to my family, and they really thought they were going to lose me. And so I just want to say how thankful I am that I made it.
We are too.
So I love you guys. You're my family. I love all of you.
We love you too, friend. You know that.
All right. Thanks, Steve.
You got it. Have a good day. Be good weekend. You matter. You're enough. We love you.
Thank you. Love y'all.
Bye bye.
Bye.
You too. In real life, man. This is real life. This is not a game. This is not performative bullshit. This is fucking real fucking life. Imagine the difference, the impact that expanding social service programs, mental health access, understand the impact that would make on tens of millions of Americans, your neighbors. Thank you, Jess. Your neighbors struggling, the people who live next door to you struggling, and we are now, defending people who are fucking predators. Okay. Is there a statement? Let's see. President Trump commented on the Supreme Court ruling striking down his tariffs while inside the White House breakfast with governors this morning, calling it a disgrace, I'm told. He told those gathered that he has a backup plan. That is the initial statement. Hearts of the chat from my incredible mod team. Let's see. The market, interesting. So the market, pre-market, the Dow was at 49,000, not at 50,000 anymore, Pam. But it was up 114 points or 0.23%. It opened, the NASDAQ opened, the market opened up 114 points. So that's going to be interesting that it opened. We'll track it. NASDAQ up 100 points, S&P up 500 points. So, MAGA, do you guys understand what is happening? I wasn't planning on getting into this today, but we can talk about it perfectly, and I'm not an economist, right? Do you understand that this was likely part of the plan, knowing full well that this was not going to survive the constitutional test? And people like Howard Nutlix Corporation and others invested in this happening. So they made money on the increased cost of goods that American taxpayers pay, right? Because tariffs are paid by y'all, not paid by China. Good try, though. So the people that we should all be fighting against, the rich motherfucking billionaires who don't give a fuck about us, they've just enriched themselves. Again. Again. They're celebrating. They're sitting there celebrating. Hey, woohoo! Yeah. And now what are you guys going to do? You're going to blame the Supreme Court? It's their job to determine the constitutionality of something. So once again, how do you defend this now when you were told by the administration all summer long that, oh, these are totally fine, no big deal, this is great. So the Supreme Court says, no, you're wrong about that. Unconstitutional. Hi, Roy. You said something about the echo chamber?
Absolutely. Because so? I feel like you're not understanding the ruling, right?
Oh, I am. I am. Tell me about it then.
Really? Well, for first, what they said is that under the statute, under IEPA, tariffs are illegal, right? But there's other venues, right?
That's what I shared.
Well, you said that tariffs, like all across the board, are illegal, and that's not the case.
I never said that, Roy.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad we can agree that it's just the wrong statute.
But why did you make that assumption that I made that statement? Did you hear me say that, Roy?
I think I heard you. Yeah, I heard you earlier. But if I
you did not hear me say that. Roy, what I said was the United States Supreme Court deemed that the president using IEPA is unconstitutional.
Absolutely. Now, you have to understand that the administration already signaled that there's other venues like Section 301 under the Trade Act of 1974, right? So
I understand. Why didn't they use that the first time, though? Why didn't they use that the first time, Roy?
Well, they tried to use IEPA as a way to justify the means, right? Now that the Supreme Court has ruled against this.
But they knew it was illegal. Roy. So
they didn't know. They didn't know that.
Well, no, they did know that. You know why we know? You know why we know that they knew that?
Mm-hmm.
Because Howard Nutlix Company, along with others, hedged against the Supreme Court ruling against them, meaning that they invested in the Supreme Court overturning this decision.
Well, look, the whole notion.
Did you know that? Roy, would you like to address that?
Okay, can you repeat that really quick?
So Howard Lutnick, who is the Commerce Secretary, his company, Cantor Fitzgerald, created a program where people could invest against the tariff policy and in support of the Supreme Court overturning that decision. Now, why would they do that, Roy?
Yes, because after the Supreme Court first hearing, the Supreme Court already signaled by the time that they were going to rule against this.
So you're okay with the economic policy of the administration being blanket tariffs And you're okay with the Commerce Secretary enriching himself and his family to the tunes of tens of millions of dollars, knowing full well the Supreme Court. Well, that's what happened.
I am not justifying that, and I'm glad you brought that up. I'll research into that. Now, I am not arguing that. I'm arguing that the whole notion that the tariffs are gonna go away is false, right? Because again, there's other venues.
Did I ever make that claim, Roy?
Well, it seems like your chat is celebrating that somehow you guys win something, but you guys didn't.
No, Roy, what we won was constitutionality, because what the president did was unconstitutional, determined by the Supreme Court, which is just another example of the president violating the law.
Well, I don't see it that way, but that's fine.
Why don't you see it that way?
I understand where you're coming from.
Did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
No wonder you don't see it that way then. Of course you don't. Who pays the tariff, Roy?
Well, there has been many studies that have been implemented, right? But like, for example, like Harvard, like Yale.
Roy, who
there's three parties that pay for a tariff.
Roy, who pays the tariff?
Yes, there's three parties that pay for a tariff, right? There's the manufacturer, the importer, and the consumer.
Okay, so the importer and the consumer. So the only way the exporter would be if they decided to absorb the cost. So if the importer pays it, we know from a recent study that over 90% of tariffs have been passed down to consumers, Roy.
No, that's absolutely false. And
no, that's absolutely
what you're
true.
referring to. No, what you're referring to is a study that was made by the Kiel Institute, right?
Yeah,
which is
it's been backed up by numerous economists. What is a tariff, Roy? By definition, what is it?
Tariff is pretty much is a tool to change consumer behavior.
No. What is it though, Roy? What is it? I know you don't want to answer this, but maybe you can. What is it?
It's pretty much a tariff is imposed to protect certain industries.
But what is it, Roy? I'm not talking about what you want it to be. I'm asking you what is it?
So the way a tariff works is they raise the prices.
Roy, what is a tariff? What is it? You get
it is not a tax. If you're trying to go into a tax, it's not a tax.
It's a tax.
I disagree with that statement. It's not a tax.
Roy, it doesn't matter if it's okay. So let's look up. How about we look up the definition? Well, let's just do that.
All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna go really quick to get my charger, but I'm listening to you.
Okay. A tariff is a tax or duty to be paid on a particular class of imports or exports. It's a tax, Roy. It's a tax. Okay? So I know you don't want it. I don't. It's a tax, Roy. It's a tax. So would you like to address that? Please, Roy? You're on mute. We can't hear you when you're on mute. Roy. 5, 4.
I'm sorry. I was looking for my charger.
So Roy, hold on. What I know you didn't want to do was answer the question that I asked. So can we agree that a tariff is a tax?
I disagree with that whole notion.
Roy, how can you disagree with the definition of what a tariff is?
Well, for me that is a slogan, not a definition. A tariff. I will say that a tariff is a tax on imports.
Well, it is. Okay. Yeah, I mean, so I'm gonna introduce you to my friend. I'm gonna introduce to my friend Newshound. I think Newshound has a couple of comments that she would like to make to you. And by the way, friends, again, I have the most amazing mods in the fucking world, of which my friend Tiff is one. Tiff, the floor is yours, my dear.
Thank you. So, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Everybody can?
Yes,
okay.
you can.
Roy, let me explain something to you, Roy.
Mm-hmm.
The Supreme Court just ruled that President Trump cannot place emergency tariffs using IEEPA. That means any tariff placed under IEEPA is gone.
Okay.
Done.
Nobody's arguing that.
He can, in fact, place other tariffs on products like steel because that's within his power. Congress is the only place that can place taxes on us, the American people. Who pays the tariffs? The American people. Regardless of anything else, that's how it works. When an import shows up at a port of entry, the duty is paid by the person who ordered that product. There is no China pays, Texas pays the tariff. If Texas ordered the damn tariff, ordered the product, the tariff is paid for by us. Nobody else. Okay, so, now, what would you like to say, Roy?
So first, Harvard already made a story on this, right? And it showed that only 20% of the tariff is being absorbed by the consumer. The San Francisco Federal Reserve came out and stated that tariffs are not inflationary.
Let me stop. Let me ask you this. Let's do this. If I'm a widget maker in California and I order widget parts from China, I'm paying the tariff. I am the consumer of that product. Consumers don't just mean people who go to the store and buy coffee. You understand?
Again, there's many studies that have been implemented in the past, right? You're referring to
the what she said, Roy? Did you hear what she said? Did you hear what she said?
I heard what she said. I heard what she said.
Okay, so the question is, do Americans who either import it or consume the tariff pay the tariff? Yes or no?
I can explain you how a manufacturer pays for a tariff, and they can absorb the tariff. Now, yes, I do agree with you on the stance where, yes, American companies pay for a tariff. Now, that they pass that cost to the consumer, there's studies that have been implemented by Yale, by Harvard, that have stated the opposite, right?
We don't need studies.
Yeah, we don't need studies, right?
Look at coffee.
But that's where your claim comes from.
Coffee was $16 for a big deal of coffee.
Okay, so how can you explain that other products have decreased their price?
It is now $23 for that same size of coffee.
Okay, how can you explain that milk, for example, has come down in price?
Milk?
We do our own milk. Milks aren't subject to tariffs.
Yes, milk is subject to tariffs right now.
No. We, as Americans, consume our own dairy products.
I get that, but
so we don't pay tariffs on products that are shipped.
Most of the dairy products come from what? Canada, right?
No.
So cheese doesn't come from Canada?
California is a major producer of cheese. Wisconsin is a major producer of cheese.
Okay, well, we still import dairy from Canada and Mexico.
We do import certain cheeses, but those certain cheeses already had duties applied to them.
Okay, so are you telling me that we don't produce coffee in the United States?
We don't. We can't produce coffee at all on the scale needed to supply the coffee consumer.
Roy, Roy, listen to me for a second, okay? Don't leave. Stay here. I worked in the coffee industry.
I'm not going anywhere.
I worked in the coffee industry for 15 years. Do you think I would be a credible person to address the coffee industry?
Well, you will agree with me that Hawaii, California, and Puerto Rico produces coffee.
Roy, please.
Can you agree with me?
Answer my question. Do you
think you agree on me with this?
Roy, it doesn't play this. It's a simple question, Roy. If you don't want to engage, then we can just drop you. I worked at the coffee industry for 15 years. Coffee only grows between the tropics, the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. The only place in the United States where we can grow coffee would be Hawaii. Okay? And Puerto Rico does grow some, but not a lot. That's it. So
California as
coffee
well.
it does not, Roy. Small scale, but not for mass consumption. You're incorrect because California is not between the tropics, my guy.
No.
Doesn't work that way. It is climate sensitive. I have been on mountainsides in Colombia, understanding how the coffee industry works, what a cherry is, how you harvest it. Okay, so you're just wrong about that. Tariffs and coffee is a perfect indicator because we can't make it here. So, Roy, you are wrong about all of this. And I don't understand why you just can't say, okay, what Tiff just laid out for you regarding IEPA, we all understand. We know that he violated the law constitutionally. Now, you can certainly use tariffs within the premise of, the law and go after industries, which we've been using all along. No one would have an issue using tariff policy to protect certain industries, but to use it under IEPA is wrong. We know that overwhelming majority of tariff dollars have either been absorbed by the importers and or passed on to their consumers, or a combination of the two. The exporter does not pay the tariff, Roy.
Where are you getting that from? They
just don't. Fucking math, my guy. Maths. Mm-hmm. I'm not getting it from anywhere other than maths.
Yeah, you stated that 90. Hold on a second. You stated that 90% of the tariffs are being absorbed by the consumer. So that's what I'm asking you. Where are you getting that from? Is that from the Federal Reserve from New York?
Jesus Christ.
Or is that from the Kiel Institute?
Roy, let me circle the coffee. Mm-hmm. This is how we know that the coffee tariff that was placed was bad. Back in the fall of last year, the admin removed the tariff on coffee. We should start seeing the price of coffee drop at the end of February, beginning of March. So if we weren't absorbing the cost of the tariff, why would the admin on the down low?
Nobody's denying that. Nobody's denying that, ma'am. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm trying to say.
No, Roy. I think you are not understanding.
I am not denying that the consumer absorbs a part of a tariff. What I'm denying is that a consumer absorbs 100% of a tariff.
No one ever made that claim, Roy.
We did not say absorbing all of the cost of the tariff.
You're implying that 90%, that's the majority of the tariff. Which is false.
Between the consumer and the importer, Roy.
Because businesses are considered the consumer. So at some level, the consumer is indeed absorbing the 100% cost of the tariff because that's how tariff works.
My God. Correct. Mm-hmm. It's not just the end consumer. It's not just you or I buying it off the shelves.
Not me going to the grocery store on a Saturday.
Okay, so if you're considering Walmart,
every step that product went from overseas to our country, someone is paying the tariff.
Yes, so you're considering a Walmart as a consumer. I'm considering Walmart as an importer.
Yes, they are a consumer.
Yeah, I'm considering a Walmart as an importer, right? Which, in certain terms, they consume. Okay, got it.
Correct.
But the consumer, to me, is the middle class.
No, it doesn't work that way. That's not how the supply chain works.
Okay, that's what I'm referring to. So for me, the big corporations, companies that import goods are the importers, right? Consumers, for me, is the middle class. Now,
they're the importers, but they're still consuming the product.
Again, based on the studies that I'm citing from Yale, from Harvard, it has been shown that only 20% to 40% is absorbed by the middle class, which is the consumer.
Okay, so this is from Fred. This is from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. In 2025, the economic burden of tariffs primarily falls on U.S. firms and consumers. Nearly, wait for it, Roy.
Firms. There you go. Firms.
90%. Listen.
You got to look at the keywords. Yeah, I'm listening.
Listen. Falls on firms and consumers, which is exactly what we have been saying to you. Nearly 90% of the tariffs' economic impact is borne by domestic companies and households, as tariffs are often passed on to consumers through increased prices of imported goods. While tariffs are legally collected from importers, studies indicate U.S. importers absorb some of the cost, with foreign exporters not contributing to the burden at all. That is from the Fed, which is the Federal Reserve of New York. So, Roy, you are wrong again.
No, you have to look at the study, what they made.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Jesus!
So much work.
By the way, friends, I want to let you guys know how lucky I am. When you have one of your amazing mods and their TikTok handle is Newshound, you know you're in good shape. You know how much I love you. Thank you for being here.
Love you too, Steve. Bye.
All right, bye. My God. On that very topic, I've got a little sound. This is the president out on the road talking to people in the steel industry about tariffs. Buckle up.
It's really been a big difference. It's been a game changer. We were competing with China. They had taken all of it. They were producing racks at $90 a piece. Our cost alone is $150. You've leveled it. The playing field's back. So when I came in and we did what we had to do.
So this guy is now thanking the president for making Americans pay more. Jesus. What are we fucking doing? Roy, we told you exactly what I just confirmed from the Fed. Okay? You can talk about an analyst talking about things, but when you look at the data tells you exactly what it is that we were sharing with you, is that consumers are also consumers. It's a bill of lading, signing off on it. Here's the import tax. Who collects that tax? Roy? The federal government collects that tax. Okay? It's a tax. And then you actually had the nerve to say, well, I don't believe that definition. Okay. That's fine. Nothing to see here. Thank you, Tiff. I love you. Jesus. Wow. Today's been crazy. It is Free Speech Friday, though. Hi, Tona. Tona, are you there? Progressive in your pocket. I guess not. Jesus. Whew. My God. Hi, Ella. How are you? Ella, are you there? I guess not. We have a lot of premature requesting today. Hey, now. That was crazy. Damn. Iowa, how are you today?
I'm doing all right,
on?
sir. How about yourself? I admire your patience and your tolerance. I wish I had about half of what you did, because I would have untolerated him a long time ago. He did mention the New York Fed, did he not, in his argument?
I did. He mentioned some studies from Harvard.
Okay, I'm sorry. Because I have an article from Fortune that actually says the New York Fed says, yeah, you're paying 90% of Trump's tariffs. So
yeah, between consumers and the importers for early on in the game were absorbing a bulk of the cost because they didn't want to have to pass all of it on to their consumers, but then they couldn't, which is exactly what we said. We know that they're not passing every single dollar through, but as we've gotten further into this, they were chipping away at how much they were going to pay. Look at the electronics industry. Look at coffee. Look at food in general. Look at energy. All these kinds of things, and I guess just denial, right? Just fucking denial.
Right. And part of it is, I think they were trying to weather out the storm and seeing, how long is this going to last? And obviously, writing on the wall says it's going to be a while before either the Supreme Court. Well, actually, that one might come sooner than later. But, Congress obviously is not going to act until Democrats take back the
Supreme Court
House.
ruled today, bro. Supreme Court ruled today.
Oh, they did? I missed it. Sorry.
6-3 against. They said the tariffs are unconstitutional.
Fantastic. So then that opens up a whole new can of worms that I don't want to get into since I know you've already covered it. But I just wanted to cover two things on the home base front. Iowa had started to advance a bill that would make any voluntary AB considered schmurder. So even if you left the state and say you went to Minnesota or Illinois where it's legal, they would still consider you, a schmurderer, and of course then you go to jail for a felony. So yay Iowa. And then I don't know if you saw this in the news, but the Iowa Board of Education has drastically cut our funding to the point where it is literally decision making for many districts of you will have to close or you're going to have to merge. And considering how rural this state is, when you have small communities and you take away their school, then you got a bus, like you were talking, like, you live in New Hampshire and you got 40 miles to go to school.
I live in Vermont. I don't live in New Hampshire. Let's be very clear about that.
Sorry. I have not had coffee today, so I am not hitting on all these cylinders.
It's all good. It's all good.
But yeah, long story short, the funding that was passed for the educational budget is so drastically bad that literally school districts are going to have to look at either closing completely or combining and merging with other schools, which is just a logistical nightmare. But yay for Republican supermajority in Iowa.
I appreciate that, Iowa. I know the assault on public education continues, and as we've experienced this morning, we might want to consider spending a little bit more money on education. That's just me. Thanks for being here, friend. I appreciate you very much. Have a good day.
Have a great day.
You too, man. See you later. Real quick, let me thank some people. Erica, that's very kind. Thank you, Erica. Thank you for the 1111, my favorite angel number. Make a wish and keep doing all the good things. I will, Erica. Thank you so much for saying that. Priscilla, thank you so much, Priscilla. Thanks for all you do. As a girl who grew up without a dad, it's beautiful to see you with yours. Thank you, Priscilla. I appreciate that. Kevin, thank you for your $2. Heather, thank you so very, very much. Angela, Michelle, I think I got everybody there. Let me go over here. I got Pixie. Thank you so much, Pixie. Maureen, thank you very much for schooling our friend. Yeah. Thanks to Tiff for being my wing person. I appreciate that very, very much. Okay. It's wild. Like, why just defend it? Just be like, why would you twist yourselves into knots? And I understand why, because you've been indoctrinated, but whatever. Good morning, Eden. How are you today?
I am doing all right. How about yourself, Steve?
I'm fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I actually just wanted to come up to raise awareness for anybody that is in Ohio. So we talked about Wexner a little bit, and the Ohio Nurses Association has actually sent a letter to Ohio University calling for the removal of Wexner's name from all of the university facilities, and they are doing an informational picket on Sunday at 12 to 2 o'clock at Phyllis Jones Legacy Park. And so I actually just wanted to, while I was up here, I just wanted to kind of read their statement. I think it's really poignant and a good way of addressing things, and I think they're really calling for accountability, which I think is
please
really
do.
So
please do. You got a lot of background noise, so I just want to make sure people can hear it properly. So if you could maybe find a little bit of a quieter spot so we can hear it, that'd be fantastic.
Here, give me 1 sec. Is that better at all?
That's much better. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. So this is just what they're talking about on the picket. And then I did want to read the last part of the letter. So, so join us Sunday, February 22nd, 12 to 2 at Phyllis Jones Legacy Park for an informational picket during the opening of the new University Hospital Tower. As nurses and mandated reporters, we are calling on the university to remove the Wexner name from all campus and medical facilities, including the new University Hospital Tower and to reconsider the naming of the labor and delivery waiting area in light of the reported financial ties between Dr. Mark Landon and Jeffrey Epstein. Healing institutions must center survivors, not powerful legacies. We are calling on Ohio State to, 1, remove the Wexner name from all university and medical facilities, including the new University Hospital Tower. 2, address concerns over the naming of the labor and delivery waiting area after Dr. Mark Landon in light of the reported financial ties with Jeffrey Epstein. 3, center survivors over donor legacy. 4, demonstrate accountability through action, not empty statement. And 5, stand with survivors and demand accountability. And so I did just want to read the last part of the letter because I think it's very, I think it's really good.
Please do.
The last part of the letter says, survivors matter more than prestige. Children who are harmed matter more than donor relationships. This is about young girls who are preyed upon by powerful adults. This is about young men who are betrayed. This is about lifelong trauma. And this is about whether a public institution of higher education and healthcare has truly learned that protecting reputation at the expense of the vulnerable is indefensible. What side are you on? We see survivors. We treat survivors. We understand the depth of harm abuse inflicts on children and the decades it can take to heal. Do you? Ohio State must remove the Wexner name and demonstrate, not with words, but with action, that it stands with survivors and not with the systems that failed them.
Nurses for the win.
So, yeah, I just wanted to raise awareness for anyone that is in that area. That is in Columbus, Ohio. So, again, that's Phyllis Jones Legacy Park. And that's Sunday, 12 to 2 p.m. So,
thank you for that, Eden. So very, very much. I appreciate that. Are you in our Discord?
Yes, I am.
Why don't you post the announcement about that event in our Discord and the chatting channel in case people are around, they might want to participate.
Absolutely. I will do that.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate your voice. Have a good day.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
You got it. Yeah, we haven't even gotten into the Wexner testimony. There's a bunch of shit in there. It's just the wild hot mic moment. Although I'm not even sure if it was necessarily a hot mic moment, but there was a moment when his attorney sort of whispered in his ear, basically, and said, "See if I can find the clip here." And just the amount of fucking lies. One of the reasons I didn't really want to cover it because of the amount of fucking lies that he told. Les Wexner's attorney did not like his answers to certain questions, leaned over and said, "I'll fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words, okay?" And then they kind of smiled. Here's the sound. A little hard to hear, but I'll translate.
It's regularly done. Answer another question with more than 5 words, okay?
Then they laugh. Again, the quote was, "I'll fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words. Okay?" And then they laugh. Yeah, nothing to see here. Nothing at all. Nothing to see here. I don't know who his lawyer is. I don't even give a shit anymore. Courtney, how are you?
Hi, good morning, Steve. How are you?
I'm good. What's going on?
I just wanted to touch base on the Ohio thing as well.
Sure.
They shouldn't just look into the financials. They need to look in the emails that he sent and also bring those up in the protests because they're very vulgar. They need to be exposed. The Trumpstein files are ridiculous. The news isn't reporting on the vile things that are happening. They're just reporting on the girls and the grape. But they need to report on more than what's actually happening to these infants and more. They're just not touching base, and more people need to know about it. They're not doing justice for these ladies.
I know.
That's it.
You're right. Thank you, Courtney. I appreciate you very, very much. Appreciate you very much. You got it. Have a good day. Be safe out there. The shirt says "Traitor to the Patriarchy," of which I am. I would encourage everybody to be available in the merch store. Yeah, I mean, she brings up a good point. We've tried to thread the needle here by not getting into too much graphic detail, and I feel like we've done a pretty decent job on that. Sometimes it's hard because you have to make the point about how deep this goes, but the financial connections and how deep this was, and how that powers of attorney and transfers of property and the house or the apartment in New York City where a lot of these crimes were committed, all these kinds of things, right? And everybody is connected to this kind of shit. And I just think that legacy media is just not going to call this out. Just not going to call it out. And we will. We'll do our best. In spite of the Roys of the world and the Barkers of the world. Yeah, because they really care, said no one ever. Heidi, are you there? Yeah, I mean, yeah. The decision that we've made here is that we just don't want to re-traumatize people. That's our call. I mean, we just don't want to do that. I mean, there's enough trauma that victims have been subjected to and survivors have been subjected to, and I would want to be the last person would ever want to re-traumatize anybody. So that's why we don't get into sometimes some of the graphic details of things, but we can play some sound. I'll play a little bit additional sound from the testimony yesterday, because once again, the cover up is just fucking amazing. Like, it's beyond. It's like a movie script that you can never write.
That I have now, and I think what's really important for this group to understand is that as I look back at it, I was conned by the world Olympic all-time con artist. And you look at, I read in the news all the people he knew, royalty, kings, princes, and all that. An incredible con artist.
Do you think? Yeah. Okay. Les. And then as what they were just discussing regarding Ohio State, I talked about this last week about the connections to the gynecology department at Ohio State. Okay.
Services being offered to Epstein for victims, women.
No idea.
Because you're very associated with the Ohio State University, right?
Yes.
You were the board chair. Okay. Were you aware that Jeffrey Epstein was paying him quarterly payments?
No.
You weren't?
No.
Okay, so the article suggests that Epstein would bill you and your wife for at least one of these payments in 2005, quote, as we have in prior years. That's evidence within the Department of Justice, Mr. Wexner. Were you aware of these $25,000 quarterly payments coming from your accounts in 2005 and earlier?
Not till this moment.
Wow.
Mr. Wexner, I'm watching this all unfold, and I just want you to know it's incredibly hard for people to understand you don't know this. Maybe you don't know the specific details. Maybe you don't know the dollar amounts. But Epstein was able to be empowered and enabled to hurt more people with your money.
Correct.
You understand that?
Oh, yeah, he's a crook.
I know. But you don't know the purpose of the payment, and the money's coming from you. It's your money. And you don't know why he's paying a doctor at Ohio State University.
Sadly, I don't.
Did you introduce him to Dr. Landon?
No.
How did he meet Dr. Landon?
I wouldn't know that he met him.
Because Abigail, your wife, received services from Dr. Michael Landon.
Yes, and so did my daughter.
Okay. So was it a routine practice for the New York State strategy group's expenses to be paid by your accounts?
I never heard of it.
It's weird because it's your money going in to pay for this consulting services of another company.
It's weird to me too.
So Dr. Landon never talked to you about these quarterly payments?
Never.
Good morning, Oslo. How are you, friend?
Hey there. I just wanted to share something with you, if that's okay. It's for a live that's happening tonight.
Please, yes. I heard a rumor. Yes, please.
So my friend Tapley, he's been doing research on this stuff since like June, basically. He's been doing this for like almost a year. And when he started doing the research, obviously we didn't have any of the files released at that point. He's kind of working under the assumption that we can't trust just the files that are being released.
Correct.
We can't trust just what the government is wanting us to see. So he started his research without the files, and now he's using the files to kind of go backwards on some of the stuff that he's found. And he recently found something that he called me the other day about, and it blew my mind. The connection he's made. I don't want to scoop him. He's writing a Substack about it. He's working with somebody from a reputable news source, too. And so he's going to go on a live tonight, lay out the evidence, all the connections. That's happening at like 8 p.m. Pacific.
8 p.m. Pacific. Yeah, I saw that note. 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 Eastern time. I think that's tonight. Yeah, I think I follow Tapley. Thanks for that reminder. That's usually past my bedtime, but I'll stay up for that.
All right. It's really, I mean, like when I say like my jaw, listening to him kind of run through what he found was on the floor.
I will be there. If you communicate with Tapley, would you just let them know that I'll plan on being there too? I'd love to be part of that.
Sure thing. And hey, people asking for his name. His name is Tapley, Tapley. But if you follow me, I'm going to be on the panel, so you can just chase me into the room.
That's awesome. And if he wants more people, if he's interested in having other people on the panel, I would be happy to join too. I don't know.
Oh yeah, as many as we can get up there, and just bring in our group of friends. That'd be great.
Okay. Thank you, Oslo. I appreciate you, friend. It's very much for that
Love
reminder.
You, bye.
And everybody follow Oslo. Everybody follow Oslo. Thank you. We love you, Oslo. See you later. All right. Bye. That's tonight. Yeah. Tapley, Tapley. That's 11 o'clock Eastern time tonight. I might have to get some coffee because I will plan on being there for that. I've heard there. I was aware that Tapley was doing this research. I don't know what it is. We don't want to scoop them either, which I appreciate. Independent journalists. So any chance you have to support independent journalists, including yours truly, please do so. One little piece of sound that I wanted to play from this Wexler testimony yesterday was this little moment. Before I do that, I just want to bring up what it is that he's discussing here. I have to be careful about the image so I don't get clapped. But this is the letter that he's talking about. There is reference to female anatomy, so I'll cover that up quickly. This is the letter that they're referring to when you hear this sound.
Did you yourself write this letter to Mr. Epstein?
Sadly, I did.
Did Ms. Maxwell approach you to write this letter for Mr. Epstein's birthday?
I think the request was to write a card or a note or something for a birthday book.
And did that come from Ms. Maxwell?
I don't remember.
So again, just to clarify, this letter was part of the birthday book. Okay, this letter was included in the birthday book, which of course Donald Trump said did not exist. Then we found out that it existed. Then there was evidence of a letter that Donald Trump wrote included in the same birthday book. Trump said he didn't write that. Come to find out he did write that. Tried to sue the Wall Street Journal. And by the way, not following up on that lawsuit. Geez, I wonder why.
Mr. Wexner, would you please read the main body of the birthday note for the record, please?
I wanted to get you what you want. So here it is. Happy birthday, your friend Leslie.
And what was your understanding of what Mr. Epstein would want?
He was a bachelor, so I drew a pair of boobs. As a kind of a joke and offhandedly, I'd say.
Understand.
I hope you do.
You've said a few times throughout this deposition today that you did not consider Mr. Epstein a friend of yours. However, you signed this letter, and I quote, "your friend Leslie." Why would you sign your friend Leslie to someone you did not consider to be a friend of yours?
I don't know.
Dear Jeffrey, I wanted to get you what you want, so here it is. A picture of breasts signed for your birthday, your friend, Les. Yeah, that's cool. And then don't forget about this that we shared earlier today about this infamous email, right? Where the date is called out. Hang on a second. The date is, where is it? Again, remember the date. Remember the claims that Trump has made specifically about the timing. And this is to William Riley, which we have confirmed is Sasha Riley's father, person who we can talk about that a different day. I don't have the emotional spoons to get into that today. But this is from Jeff to Bill before I call Trump with regard to Virginia and India. Are there any other alternatives? Okay. Nothing to see here, though, right? Just want to make sure that there's no cover up. I would never think that this was a cover-up. No way would I think that. I would never think something like that it was a cover-up. Okay, cool. Just making sure that we're all on the same page. Just making sure we're all on the same page. William Riley is the name of Sasha Riley's father. That's our confirmation. Is it a coincidence? I don't know. Is somebody saying that that's not him? Okay, I guess. Make that claim if you'd like. Good luck. Got a few more folks in the box. I'll try to get to everybody today. May not get to all of you, friends. I'll do my best.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, Mel. How are you?
I'm great. It's my weekly Friday call.
Yes.
It's a couple of things. I wrote in the text. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a good answer. You have to be 12 to say that. That's ridiculous. I don't know. That's stupid. You're an adult.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I used to tell my kids, who knows if you don't know? Well, yeah. And the other thing I really want to emphasize today, I know that MAGA repeats what Trump says. He's starting with, the files have exonerated me. That is not true. That is not true.
Exactly.
Say it over and over again, MAGA. That is not true. Yeah, they're going to repeat that shit. Like, my God, the poor people.
I don't know if you heard early. Yeah, I don't know if you heard early on today when I was mentioning that, and someone was trying to say that the DOJ has exonerated Trump, and I'm like, how would that happen? How can that's not even a thing?
It's not a thing.
Yeah,
it's not a thing. They've been horrible. They are his personal attorney, however, which was made painfully obvious by her wicked testimony. Oh my God. She was so not for the people. Not for the people at all.
Agreed.
But yeah, I'm afraid that anything out of his mouth, and I'm sure he's been told to go out there and say that the files exonerated you. It's just giving me there's a lady I follow, Christina Talks Tea. I don't know what her handle is now because her account's been banned, but
oh God.
She starts off with, welcome to the USA, where a pedo cabal is running our country. I mean, that's the painful reality to face. It's just a cabal of pedos. Anyway, have a great weekend. And I'm going to donate now that I've gotten my paycheck to your great campaign. That's such a good idea.
Thank you. Thank you, Mel. I appreciate you very much. You're very sweet. Thank you very much for being here. Have a good weekend. See you later. All right, bye.
Bye.
Thank you. That's great, Mel. I appreciate you all. I appreciate everybody. You guys know how much I love you. Hopefully you do. I hope you do. But she's right? I mean, again, I think it's interesting that we had reporting from yesterday, actually, when we broke the news about Prince Andrew being arrested, or former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, right? That he's now the first time in, 400 years? I think that's right. Yeah, I think I said 400 years that a member of the royal family has been arrested. How many fucking crimes against humanity have they committed in that time? 400 years. And now they're like, yeah, this is a bridge too far. Never mind the G-side. Never mind numerous other crimes against humanity committed by the colonizers, us included. But here we are now. I guess that's the point. Exactly. But the stock market. So here's a little bit more sound from Mr. Wexner's testimony.
Mr. Epstein have sexual contact of any kind with young women or girls?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever witness Mr. Epstein sexually abuse young women or girls?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever witness Mr. Epstein receive massages from young women or girls?
Absolutely not.
Did Mr. Epstein ever present you with women for your sexual entertainment?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Wexner, at any time, did Jeffrey Epstein ever inform or represent to you that he was a part of any intelligence service of any nation, including the United States?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever learn that he was involved with any intelligence service?
Never. Never.
Did Miss Maxwell ever introduce you to any young woman or girl?
No, I don't think she ever introduced me to any female or man.
During your relationship with Miss Maxwell, did she ever represent or inform you that she was a part of any intelligence service of any nation, including the United States?
No.
Did you ever meet Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell?
No.
What common interest did you share with Mr. Epstein outside of work?
None.
So you didn't have any personal relationship with Mr. Epstein whatsoever?
I don't think I ever went to lunch or dinner or a movie or had a cup of coffee with Jeffrey.
So Mr. Epstein would have been invited to surprise parties for you?
Obviously so, because he was there.
You testified earlier that you didn't consider him a friend. Do you invite people you don't consider to be friends to surprise parties?
Objection.
Why would Mr. Epstein have been invited to these surprise parties?
My wife would have invited him.
Why do you think your wife would have invited him?
Because he was our financial advisor.
Did your wife consider him a friend?
No, I don't think so.
Was it common for Epstein to bring young women or girls to any other place where the two of you would meet?
Never.
I will just ask you one final question before we take a break. With the benefit of hindsight, were there any things you witnessed or observed about Mr. Epstein that could have suggested he was trafficking and sexually abusing women?
Absolutely not. I've asked myself that question over and over, why I didn't see there should have been a clue or something that I should have picked up on. There's nothing I can recall. Nothing. Not even a clue of a clue.
You're right, Tony. How easily one lies under oath, right? This is a congressional oversight hearing. Yes, he took the oath. It doesn't carry the same legal weight that it would, because if that were the case, just about everybody who comes and testifies before Congress. Ask yourself this question, MAGA. Ask yourself this question. Do you believe this guy? How do you explain the fact that he said, well, we weren't really friends, but then he sends the boob pic? Right. Right. Signed, your best friend. No concerns about the criminality connected to giving him access to an apartment, selling him a $55 million penthouse, whatever the fuck it was, that for $1 or for $0. Nothing to see here, though, right? Here's another little sound. Don't forget, Les Wexner made his fame and his fortune through Victoria's Secrets. He had that enterprise.
Ever spend time with Epstein and Donald Trump?
This is Jasmine Crockett, by the way.
Together?
Yes.
I would answer this question accurately.
Ha! You want to think about how
I
you
would go
lie?
to some of the Victoria's Secret fashion shows because they're very important to the brand. At some of the fashion shows, Jeffrey was there and some Trump was there. I remember because Trump would always introduce himself to me. And I always thought it was kind of odd that he was at the fashion show because he had nothing to do with fashion.
You thought it was odd that he was at the fashion shows because he had nothing to do with fashion. And we know that network, the calendar girls, we know of the fashion shows, the beauty pageants, we know. We know. We know. Is Leslie flippable? Who's the one that's going to bring it down? Who's the one that's going to step up and say, enough's enough? And don't forget, this is what the president had to say. This is how our show started today. This is what the president had to say.
I got a question about something big overseas today. The former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too.
Well, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. I can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing to see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man, the king. So I think it's a very sad thing. It's really interesting because nobody used to speak about Epstein when he was alive, but now they speak. But I'm the one that can talk about it because I've been totally exonerated. I did nothing. In fact, the opposite. He was against me. He was fighting me in the election, which I just found out from the last 3 million pages of documents. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Explained, yeah, speak about it nicely is a weird choice, right? Hunter's mom, I totally agree. Would someone then, is there anybody, unlike Barker, who's completely lost in the Kool-Aid? How are you exonerated, my guy? Just because you say it to be happen? So friends, this is what happens. Next time you get into a little bit of legal trouble, you find yourself, being interviewed by the press, just say, I'm totally exonerated. I'm totally exonerated. I'm exonerated. I'm exonerated. Doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that. These survivors are not going to get justice. It's the worst part in this whole thing for me, to be honest. They're just not going to get justice. Some might. Some might, because other countries around the globe are speaking up and standing up and defending survivors' voices. Right? But these people, the fucking predators that are being protected by a bunch of fucking mouth-breathing fucking idiots, just don't fucking care. Just don't fucking care. I think I have one more little bit of sound from this piece of shit. Les fucking Wexner. You fucking predator. You fucking pathetic piece of fucking shit. You enabled all these things to happen to these girls. Your money did. Just a little bit of history on their relationship. Hang on a second. He is the founder of L Brands, which owned Victoria's Secret and other retail brands. I think Abercrombie and a few others. Had a close financial and personal relationship with Jeffrey in the 1980s through the 2000s and served as Wexner's financial manager for years, despite having no financial credentials. Unsealed court documents, especially from Virginia Dufresne, show about their relationship, deposition transcripts, flight logs, financial records, FBI investigative materials, victim testimony. Wexner gave Epstein broad power of attorney in the 1990s. Epstein gained control over significant financial assets. Wexner later stated that he was unaware of the full scope of Epstein's activities. Some critics argue this level of control was unusual and raises questions about oversight, but there has been no criminal charges. Yeah, that's the point. In 2011, it became public that Epstein acquired a $77 million Manhattan townhouse from Wexner for $0, structured through a trust. It later became known as Epstein's primary residence at the site of the abuse. Virginia Dufresne alleged that she was told that she would be sent to powerful men, including Wexner. In depositions, Dufresne stated that she was directed to have schmecks with influential individuals. However, Wexner has denied misconduct. There's been no lawsuit or criminal charges filed against him by a victim, and that no court has found additional evidence. Yeah, that fucking tracks. Hey, Chris.
Good morning. Is Mercury in retrograde today? Honest to God.
Probably.
So listen, first off, for the guy who was going on of saying that tariffs aren't a tax, this is what the ruling from the Supreme Court. The majority found that the Constitution very clearly gives Congress the power to impose taxes, which includes tariffs. The framers did not vest any part of taxing powers in the executive branch. Chief Justice John Roberts wrote. So the Supreme Court said the tariffs are a tax. End of story. Also, to your little friend you had very early, I think, Baker, going on about how Trump reported Epstein and all that. Do you know why, like, KK Carolyn, the Pride of New Hampshire, is out there touting, oh, look, here we have proof that Trump told the police about it? Because if they go out there and they show that proves Trump knew exactly what was going on and did nothing about it for years.
Correct.
Also, why is the fact that why isn't the Uncle Luke interview getting more play?
Yeah, I agree. I've gone back and forth on that because I respect that. I don't have anything else to corroborate a lot of the stuff. I'm probably going to play it next week, to be honest.
But I mean, Uncle Luke did that interview in October of 2016, and he said that was in the 90s, that he was at Mar-a-Lago in the 90s, and there were a bunch of women that looked way underage for him, and he thought he was being set up, so he left.
Yeah, I just can't corroborate anything else connected to it. Like I said, we would rather be last and right than first.
No, I mean, I understand that, Steve, but what I'm saying is that's another thing that, you can add to it. It just boggles my mind that how much they will twist themselves in a pretzel. Even though they know that Trump cheated on all his wives, they know he talked about his daughter sexually, that he bragged about going backstage. They know all this. They know all this, and it shows you that he has a long history of being a predator.
Correct.
And so we all know that. So, but no, he couldn't have done that. Why do you think he drew? Why do they think he draws a line somewhere?
I know.
I just don't get it.
Well, I think you do. I mean, I think we've talked about this enough. This is what the cult does. This is what cult behavior is.
Yeah.
This is exactly what it is. We're seeing it in fucking real time every day.
Well, good news is there's baseball on today, so.
Heard that. Yeah, bro. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it.
Give you something to look forward to. Have a good weekend.
You too, man. Talk to you later.
Right.
See ya.
Bye.
Go Sox. I can go Sox, dude. I can go. Let's go Sox. Okay.
Hey, buddy.
Hi, neighbor. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind today?
Well, I wanted to let you know I've been looking more into the thing I sent you the message about.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it looks like... See, so this was before I was there. I was here. But I figured you might know who Matt Dunn is.
I do. Yeah, I do know who Matt Dunn is. Yes. Candidate in our state, running for higher office in our state. That is correct.
Yeah, and he really wanted Epstein to come and meet him, and I don't know if he wanted him to contribute to his campaign, but I'm going to put together the file numbers for you, and then I'll send it to you. A lot of it is like
a couple of phone calls to his campaign office, maybe. Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of it is people like just talking about Vermont, like, oh, I'm on vacation right now. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm looking right now at a tax form that he was sent for stuff. So yeah, I don't know.
Let me know what you find. I appreciate that, friend. And we still need to get together. We have to finish our conversation. So thank you for reaching out and jumping back in. I appreciate you.
Yeah, just send me a message when you want to go get a coffee or something.
I will. Thanks for that. I appreciate you very much. Have a good day. Be safe out there.
Of course. Okay, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye. We're like neighbors. we learned that through this space that we're neighbors. Like literal neighbors. Everybody keep tapping. We're going till noon today, friends. Hey, Dave, how are you today?
Good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
With all this pedo stuff, like, why doesn't a congressman step up and try to make the law stricter? I mean, a lot of times they just get probation or 6 months. I mean, Epstein was disgusting, only getting 18-month sentence, and he even got work release and got out a little bit early, and then he does it again at an even higher level. It's like, I don't know, a lot of people to blame. They could really make the laws a lot stricter.
Yeah, federally, sure. Yeah, the situation, he was facing a federal indictment with 53 charges that if found guilty, he would spent the rest of his life in jail. So Alex Acosta negotiated that, so he got that sweetheart deal. So Alex Acosta should be absolutely dragged in again. I know he testified once, but I'd like to see it publicly because he let him off. And that getting him reduced to the state charges, he got out of jail 12 hours a day and committed numerous other crimes. So, yeah, that's our legal system, right? People with power, people with privilege get away with shit.
Yeah, it's great. Usually when you give someone a plea bargain, you have some bigger fish. You know, you have, and there was really the only other person was Maxwell, and not one client got in trouble. It's crazy.
Correct. I agree. Yeah, the system protecting people who look like me. Thanks, Dave. I appreciate you jumping in today. Have a good day.
You're
Be
welcome.
safe out there.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean it's a fair point, right? I mean, as we talked earlier about how we want the system to crumble. I've heard numerous people say it. Pam Bondi talked about it. Other people have talked about it. It's a no-brainer, right? Bring it down. We have to be willing, that's the nihilistic progressive in me, right? That's where I'm just like, yep, burn the fucking shit down. I understand what's at stake. As a white man in America, I'll be the first one to be given access to things to help me out of that hole. Other people won't, so I'm sensitive to that. But think about what we're doing, right? Think about yeah, Heather, you're right. Can't have a trafficking ring without paying clients. Exactly. That's exactly right. That's the whole point. But I don't, I'm so tired of people being harmed. I'm just so fucking tired of it. I am just so tired of the cruelty, which again is part of our tour. So as we go on the road, we're going to be talking to people all across the country. From small towns to rural communities to large metropolitan areas to disenfranchised voters to anybody. I just want to remind folks really what is at stake here. I don't want to be hyperbolic. I don't mean to create this, this like, oh, look at me. But we are losing humanity. I wrote something about this. It's on my Substack if you want to go check it out. I wrote something about this. Like we've just lost this sense of humanity. And I don't know. I know it's easy to say this and it's easy to point to this particular person. I've said this numerous times. Trump did not make America this way, right? Because America is like this is why we got Trump. Okay? Yes, certainly contributed to it. No doubt about it. But this is just basic fucking humanity. Once again, I even saw in the chat this morning when I mentioned it, people thinking that food is not a right. Are you fucking kidding me? Food is not a right? And this is the problem with the pro-life crowd. So on that topic, I want to share something. What would it look like to have our government blow up? What would it look like to have our government blow up? What would it look like? I would be interesting. I'm going to write about it. What would it look like to have our government? That's a good prompt. What would it look like? Well, I know what I would like to see on the other side. And that's what we discussed a couple days ago about the matriarchy. That's what I would like to see, because it would be a system where we would prioritize the things that we should prioritize, which would be healthcare, which would be community engagement, which would be laws that would protect communities. We would never be taking away rights from people. We'd have an economic system that would benefit the middle class. We would close the wealth gap. So that's what I'd like to see. Whether we can get there, that's another story. So I'm going to share another photograph with you. I think it's from a recent event. This was at the Pentagon. Pete Hegseth. This is Doug Wilson. This all relates to what we're talking about today. So from a transparency perspective, right? So this is Pete Hegseth and this is Doug Wilson. Pete Hegseth has talked numerous times about how Doug Wilson is his spiritual advisor. All right. And this guy is a self-professed Christian nationalist. So you don't believe me? Well, let's just take his word for it. Let's just listen to what he has to say. So this is Doug Wilson being interviewed by Pamela Brown. I might have played some of the sound before, but I just want to remind people, I just want to remind folks what's at stake. And once again, okay, this is a call to people on the left, right? You're going to be likely faced with a choice come election day, right? Primary for your candidate, rock and roll for them, defend them, argue for them, door knock for them, volunteer, help them raise money, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then if that person does not win, or if that person doesn't win, and you're left with a Democrat that you may not agree with, that you may not like, that you feel like doesn't really move the needle for you, you have a choice to make between that person that I just described and people who believe what this guy believes. Here you go.
Be a Christian state, I'd like to see the nation be a Christian nation. I'd like to see the world be a Christian world.
Christchurch senior pastor Doug Wilson's controversial views as a Christian nationalist are gaining sway in the nation's center of power with the recent opening of his new church and high-profile parishioners like Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Is planting a church in D.C. part of your mission to try to turn this into a Christian nation?
Yes. So every society is theocratic. The only question is who's theo? In a secular democracy, it would be demos, the people. In a Christian republic, it'd be Christ.
What would you say to someone watching this and say, look, I'm a Muslim. Who are you to say your worldview is better than mine, that your God is better than mine?
Well, if I went to Saudi Arabia, I would fully expect to live under their God's rules.
But you said earlier that you want this to be a Christian world.
Yes.
So you want to supplant their religion with your Christian.
Yes, by peaceful means, by sharing the gospel. There's a lot of work yet to do. I believe that we are working our little corner of the vineyard.
Wilson's Little Corner, a picturesque campus nestled on the outskirts of downtown Moscow, Idaho, is growing by the day with thousands of like-minded Christians. Parishioners of his church.
I used to live out that way years ago. I worked in radio at a radio station just outside of Moscow. And this is that community, right? This is that community. Hold on.
Right.
Parishioners of his church, known as Kirkers, own and operate several businesses downtown next to liberal college town stores.
If it's true,
Why did he yell boo? It's because it's
because of me.
Because of you.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
That's a regular day for you.
That's not unusual.
Wilson is part of a broader Christian nationalist movement making inroads with the Trump administration, with a newly created faith office led by evangelical pastor Paula White Cain, and people seen right outside the White House entrance praying and speaking in tongues.
We are standing on the soil of the White House, and we are declaring your word.
How precious!
And now there's a monthly prayer service at the Pentagon, initiated by Hegseth, Wilson's highest level connection to the administration.
It's not organizationally tied to us, but it's the kind of thing we love to see.
For his part, Hegseth has publicly praised Wilson.
Now we're standing on the shoulders of a generation later, the Doug Wilsons and the others.
Wilson maintains all are welcome to his church, but he thinks homosexuality is a crime.
In the late 70s and early 80s, sodomy was a felony in all 50 states. That America of that day was not a totalitarian hellhole.
So you would like America to go back to that?
Yep.
Wilson maintains his ultimate goal is to bring about the second coming of Christ through his work and rejects critics' claims he's trying to make the dystopian world of The Handmaid's Tale a reality.
I'm not a white nationalist. I'm not a fascist. I'm not a racist. I'm not a misogynist.
Okay. So I've tried really hard this week to make the case for people on the left to unite when things don't go necessarily your way in the primaries. Does that convince you? People like that? He's loud and proud about he is a Christian nationalist. In case that hasn't resonated, let me tell you a little bit more about Doug, okay? And don't forget, Doug is Pete Hegseth's spiritual advisor. Co-founder and influential figure in the Communion of Reformed Evangelical Churches, or CREC. Pete Hegseth, one of his most prominent figures. Okay. Wilson has openly advocated that what critics describe as a form of Christian nationalism, the idea that civil government should explicitly reflect and enforce biblical law. Project 2025. Critics argue this conflicts with pluralistic democracies and church-state separation. Supporters say he's articulating historic Protestant political theology. He has written about the goal of the Christian culture and the political influence in ways that secular critics view as endorsing theocratic governance. Wilson teaches a strongly complementarian view of gender, sometimes describing it as biblical patriarchy. Traitor to the patriarchy, please. Statements opposing women serving as pastors, comments discouraging female leadership in civil life, past remarks suggesting that women should not vote. Pete Hegseth has said the same thing. Christian nationalists say the same thing. Once again, queens in the chat, these fucking pieces of shit are deathly afraid of you. Give them a reason to be. Give them a reason to be afraid. They are so afraid of you. They are afraid of women. They are afraid of you. Fucking use it. Use that power. Give them something to be afraid of. Wilson and Christ Church have faced criticisms over their handling of abuse allegations involving church members. Shocker. Allegations of minimizing abuse, counseling approaches that critics say pressured victims towards reconciliation, and civil lawsuits involving church-connected individuals. Most settled, some were dismissed. From his book, Federal Husband from 1999, quote, a husband can no more blame his wife for the state of their marriage than a thief can blame his hands. So husbands should be willing to do the same for their wives. Every doctrine lives as it is applied and in no other way. On the Covenant Home, a godly woman knows how to respect her husband. Wives are to be submissive. It is particularly important for women to resist the lies of feminism as dangerous heresy. Talking to you, queens. Even though we know that men are the subs, men are submissive. MAGA men, alphas out there, the actual betas, would never admit it, that men are submissive. That's why men make good soldiers, because they need to be told what to do. That's why women are better in leadership, because they don't need to be told what to do. They're better at giving direction. They're better at leading. They're better at organizing collectively. We men are fucking cucks. Again, a godly woman knows how to respect her husband. Wives are to be submissive. It is particularly important for women to resist the lies of feminism as dangerous heresy. Queens, are you angry? Oh, just me, Hells? Yeah, it's just me. I'm the cuck. Got it. Cool. Thanks for proving my point. This is from his longer essay, The Lost Virtue of Sexism. Quote, if, by the standards of our contemporary secular society, the Bible is a sexist book, then it must follow that there is some sense in which these purportedly sexist attitudes are actually virtuous. We should endeavor to live by them. Okay. The direction was set for us in the Great Commission, which requires us to disciple all the nations, which means Christian nationalism everywhere. We are under orders. From other published works, it makes a difference whether Moses or Jeroboam writes the historical curriculum. Education is the process of selling someone on books. Become the kind of person you would like to marry. Become the kind of person you would like to marry. What? On slavery, In the U.S. South, he just checks all the boxes. There has never been a multiracial society which has existed with such mutual intimacy and harmony in the history of the world, describing conditions in the antebellum South attributed to press discussions of his book. Nice. This guy's fucking awesome. The direction was set for us in the Great Commission, which requires us to disciple all the nations, which means Christian nationalism everywhere. Yeah. From his household representation essays, from his blog in 2012, quote, I believe in male leadership, and I believe that the franchise is an exercise of covenantal authority. He has suggested that in a fully Christianized society, the vote would ideally be exercised through households. Okay. On women voting, in 2005, he wrote, I am not arguing that women should not vote. I am arguing that it would be better if we were in a position where the family voted as a unit. Yeah. He also said this, if we were starting from scratch in a Christian republic, I would not be in favor of women voting independently of their husbands. Are you angry yet? So when we were having these conversations earlier in the week about what harm reduction is, can you literally stand there, Queens, even though you may not get your candidate? Can you really allow this to perpetuate? White women. I know Heather tried to call you out. I know a lot of others have. They are mocking you because they are terrified of you. They are terrified. Our Secretary of Defense has doubled down on this bullshit. Yeah. But nothing to see here, right? Oh, I know. He's got followers. He's got a whole bunch. What are you going to do? It's a pretty simple choice to me. You want people like this in power? You want the SecDef, the Secretary of Defense of the United States, cozying up to this guy? Right? That what you want? Be cool with this, right? Yeah, well, I didn't get my perfect candidate. This guy. This guy and this guy. Women, don't think you matter. That your role is to be in the kitchen, barefoot, pregnant, cranking out babies. That you should just pipe down. That you shouldn't have a voice. That you don't matter. That you should just be submissive to your husband. But meanwhile, isn't it men who pay to be dominated by women? Yeah, that's a thing, because men are fucking subs. Fellas, you may not like it, but think about it. It's true. This guy. This guy has this guy's ear. And this guy is the SecDef. And there's a faith office in the White House, a couple of doors down from the Oval, led by Paula White Cain, who speaks in tongues. Yeah. Nothing to see here, though. Right? Right? So if you don't participate in democracy, if you decide that you can't be bothered, other people will. They'll vote. They'll vote, and they'll keep people who align with these beliefs. Mike Johnson, my fucking bitch boy, believes in this shit too. He's in a covenant marriage, which basically is what his theories are. It's not enough to the sanctity of marriage. It's not enough about respecting each other. No. Not in Mike's house. When he and his son are not monitoring each other's porn intake. I hope you know why we talk about this shit. People in our country just do not give a flying fuck about the basic decency of humanity. But let the Bible guide us. Even though, again, I know our friends on the right love to talk about Trump as a Christian. Well, let's talk about that for a second, because this is from his Board of Peace statements, and then we'll wrap.
I know every candidate very well. There was 17, 18 candidates, me and 17 others. He said, I know every candidate very well. And I know Trump a little bit, but he may not be as good with the Bible as some of them. He may not have read the Bible as much as some of them. In fact, he may not have ever read the Bible. But he will be a much stronger messenger for us.
Got it. So that's the problem, though, Donald, is that we have the tape, bro. This is what you've told your followers, your flock, for years to get them to convince that you're some God-fearing man. Okay, let's just listen to this. This is great.
First favorite book, the Bible. The Bible.
I love the Bible.
It is the greatest book of all time, the Bible.
Hmm.
The Bible.
Hmm.
The Bible.
The Bible certainly is one of, it is the book. It is the thing.
First of all, as you know, I'm Protestant. I'm Presbyterian. Most people don't know that. They have no idea. And I'm proud of it.
I'm wondering what one or two of your most favored Bible verses are and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal. So I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into.
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite.
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics. If I do something wrong, I think I just try and make it right. I don't bring God into that picture. I don't. I think religion is a wonderful thing. I think my religion is a wonderful religion.
Are you an Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal. I went to Sunday school. I'm Protestant, but I have great respect for the Pope. I get sent Bibles by a lot of people.
Where are all those Bibles anyhow now?
Well, actually, we keep them in a certain place, a very, very nice place. There's no way I would ever do anything to do negative to a Bible. When I take, when we go in church and when I drink my little wine, which is about the only wine I drink, and have my little cracker, I guess that's a form of asking for forgiveness. And I do that as often as possible because I feel cleansed. If I run and I win, I will be the greatest representative of the Christians that they've had in a long time.
Christian nationalist for sure, my guy. Yep. That's your boy. That's him. Anywho, thanks for joining today, friends. I appreciate that. Made it through. I'm going to try to nap. Big night tonight. Tapley's going to be hosting a live at 11 p.m. Eastern time. I'll plan on being there. I don't know if he's going to bring people up on the panel, but I'm planning on being there. I've heard there's some heavy hitters connected to this. Just try to get exposure to it. So if you're awake and you want to come back, please do so. Let me just check in with my amazing mod team. Please, again, hearts in the chat, guys, for our mods. I know. Listen, we have a show. Like we do a show. It's not just about, having debates with people. That's what Free Speech Friday is for. But I could not do this. There's no possible fucking way I could do this without my mods. There's just no way. So if you enjoy what you see here every single day, you can thank them. I just happen to be the loudmouth behind a microphone. So I love you guys. You all fucking know that. I don't know who's live right now. Anybody? Who's live right now? Do we know who might be? Probably RTP. Everybody go Ray J. We haven't sent people his way in a while. He's out there doing the fight as well. Appreciate you guys. We'll see you tonight, probably 11 o'clock Eastern time. You might see me around the streets over the weekend, but we'll see you. Otherwise, if not there, then Monday morning right back here. Friends, there's always something to do. Jay's not live. Santana's live. Go right Santana. Again, there's always something to do. So please consider doing something, okay? If you want to support what we're trying to do, get out of the road and talk to voters. If you trust me to make this happen, I need your help. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Follow us on Do Something Tour on Instagram.